Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the commission meeting for the month of September for the Carter County School Board of Commissioners. We welcome you here. We're glad to see so many people in attendance. So, we will call up to the front now, Billy Harrell. He's the director of our QA office, and he will go over our egress.
Salute like everybody, the go towards the back of the.
Thank you, Director Harrell. All right, please sign in to your voting device so that we can get an official roll call.
Yeah. Or something in there, or something. She just didn't know what to do, she just sat down and see. Saying, please wait till roll call's called, there it goes. She's been doing the most.
Okay, we have 21 present, 3 absent at this time. Please look over the agenda now. We'll take a motion to approve it. If you all feel so inclined.
Madam Chair, I need to amend it, approve with an amendment.
Okay, state your amendment.
The Sheriff's Department has another grant that we would like to, permission to accept. So we'll be doing that during the budget section, but it has not come through the budget.
Okay. All right, so you want us to add it to the budget section?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
If so, you want it to be item 10?
We'll do it before we do the budget amendments.
Okay. All right.
Because it won't impact any of the budget amendments, and we can get out of the way, so Ms. Fry can get out of here if she needs.
Okay, so to update everybody, Aaron Frazier has made a motion to approve the agenda without one change, and that change is to add a Sheriff's Department grant approval right before the budget amendments begin, so right before number 1.
It's time sensitive and zero match.
Okay, I'm sensitive, 0 match. So, Todd, you had seconded that motion before you heard the amendment. Do you still want to second?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. There's a request to speak by Jason Rasnick, so I'll recognize you at this time.
We didn't have a highway meeting this month, but it's come to our attention due to the bridge being out on Gap Creek Road, the added traffic on Jim Elliott, it's causing some safety concerns. And I'd like to suggest that we vote to reduce that speed limit from 35 to 25. Agenda.
Okay,
Just temporarily until that bridge is.
I'll accept that addition, Madam Chair.
okay.
I will also.
Okay, they both accept it. Let's add that after Financial Management Committee motions. So it will be, I guess, item 15C. Item 15C is a proposed speed limit change. Any other questions or desired changes? Seeing none, let's vote to approve the agenda.
Billy Campbell.
Yes.
The agenda is approved. Thank you. We are now going to stand to recognize our God and our country. The opening prayer will be led by Commissioner Willie Campbell. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Commissioner and Vice Chair Kelly Collins.
Heavenly Father, God, Lord, once again, as we bow our heads and approach your throne of grace, God, we want to thank you for this day. Lord, we want to thank you, Lord, for letting us put our feet to the floor and take another breath. Lord, we know that we could do nothing without you. Lord, we know that we can do all things through Christ who strengthens each one of us. Lord, tonight we do thank you for your love, mercy, and grace that you have upon us. God, we do have some that's sick within this commission board, God, and in the courthouse, Lord, we pray, Lord, for anointing upon them that are facing surgeries, different things, God. We just, Lord, you know what to do, Lord. Have your hands upon them, those doctors. Lord, we do pray, Lord, for this commission board, God. We make the right decisions. Lord, we pray for each one in this county, Lord, that holds office. Lord, that your anointing be upon each one of them, God, that they'll make the right decision. Lord, most of all, we'll have God in our hearts and seek you first. Lord, as we ask these things in thy name, amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. It sounded so nice hearing about many voices saying a pledge together. Thank you. Will the elected and appointed officials in the room please stand and be recognized? Okay, please review the minutes from the July 17th meeting that were in your packet. The floor is open for a motion to approve those when ready. Motion is made by Dr. Acuff and seconded by Danny Deal. Okay, let's go.
Billy Campbell.
Okay, motion passes to approve the minutes from July 17th. Thank you. It is time for election of officers for this board of commissioners. First, we elect the chairperson. The floor is open for nominations.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I can,
I would like to place in the motion to nominate our present chair, yourself, Commissioner Holder, as our next chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have one nomination. Are there others? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Vote of confidence, I guess. Does anybody want to make a motion to elect by acclamation since there's no other nominations? All right, so, motion by Jerry Prophet, cease nominations and elect Ginger Holden chair by acclamation. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn, we're waiting on you to put it on the screen, is that right? I just want to let everybody know what we're doing. Brad Johnson made a nomination, Gary Crawford and Danny Deal made the motion and second. Okay, all right, that'll be just fine. We're gonna voice vote.
Billy Campbell,
Yes.
Dick Holdren,
Yes.
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Yes.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Steve Burrow,
Yes.
Angie Odom,
Yes.
Danny Deal,
Yes.
Gary Kemp,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Lisa Childers,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Donnie Cable,
Yes.
Todd Smith,
Yes.
Jason Rasnick,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. And I just want to take a moment to just say thank you to my peers and colleagues. The support you show to me, the respect, the level of work that you do makes me so proud to be part of the team. And I believe you all know time and again that I represent you as a group. I'm gonna stand behind you. So thank you again very, very much. To receive this honor 3 years is just mind-blowing. I wasn't shaky before the vote, but I'm a little shaky now just because I'm overwhelmed. Thank you so much. The floor is now open for the election of a vice chairperson.
Madam Chair, places nomination Kelly Collins.
Okay, we have a motion for Kelly Collins.
Second.
Did I say that wrong, Dr. Reed? You nominated her, right? Okay, so we have a nomination. Are there any other nominations? Okay, now, Nick Holder, would you like to make a motion to cease nominations and elect Kelly Collins vice chair?
Second.
Okay, and the second comes from Jerry Prophet. Nick Holder.
Anybody, please?
Yes.
Robert A. Kennedy, Jerry Prophet, Lisa Childers, Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Donnie Cable,
Yes.
Todd Smith,
Yes.
Jason Rasnick,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Okay. Just a moment on the official tally. 21 votes for Kelly Collins for vice chair for 23-24. Congratulations, Commissioner Kelly Collins. Do you have anything you want to say?
Thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
All right, moving on, item 10. Consideration and debate for the election of commissioners to standing committees. The standing committees are budget nominating. And then the next group is building and grounds, health and welfare, law enforcement, rules and bylaws. The third and final group of standing committees is education, highway, landfill. And I said those just for the benefit of the audience tonight. So we will go around by district, and hear what you all have to say within each district. If there needs to be a vote for a position desired by two commissioners in the same district, we'll handle that when the time comes. So clerk's office, when you're ready, just go district by district and hear what they have to say.
Willie,
I desire to stay on education, highway, and landfill.
Nick,
I'd like to stay on building and grounds, health and welfare, law enforcement, rules and bylaws.
Dr. Acuff,
Budget nominating.
Nancy Brown,
Okay, I'll stay on education, highway, and landfill.
Avery Wynn,
Stay on building and grounds.
Billy Gwynn,
I would like to stay on budget and nominating.
Bradley Johnson,
Budget and nominating.
Steve Furrow,
Landfill, highway, and education.
Angie Odom,
Building and grounds, health and welfare, law enforcement, and rules and bylaws.
Danny Deal,
Budget nominating.
Gary Kemp,
Education, highway, and landfill.
Jerry Prophet,
Law enforcement, health and welfare.
Lisa Childers,
Building and grounds, health and welfare, law enforcement, rules and bylaws.
Andrew Holden,
Education, highway, landfill.
Layla Ward,
Budget nominating.
Ronnie Cable,
Building and grounds, health and welfare, law enforcement, rules and bylaws.
Todd Smith,
Budget nominating.
Jason Raznick,
Education, highway, and landfill.
Aaron Frazier,
Budget nominating.
Kelly Collins,
Education, landfill, and highway.
Thomas Profit.
Budget nominating.
Okay, I think that takes care of it. And I think the three commissioners we're missing are all from different districts, so it'll work itself out for those three. So at this time, we move into the election of financial management committee members. The floor is. Thank you, Attorney Hardy.
Make the motion that we accept committees, what he needs.
Yes.
Willie,
Yes.
Nick Holder,
Yes.
Dr. Acuff, Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Avery Nguyen,
Yes.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Steve Burrow,
Yes.
Angie Odom,
Yes.
Danny Deal,
Yes.
Gary Kemp,
Yes.
Gary Profit,
Yes.
Lisa Childers. Yes. Ginger Holden,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Donnie Cagle,
Yes.
Todd Smith,
Yes.
Jason Raznick,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Profit.
Yes.
So now I believe we have those taken care of. Sorry about that. Floor is open for nominations for financial management committee members. There are 3 standing members always, and then the other 4 can be elected. Yes, Aaron Frazier.
Nominate Chad Lewis.
Okay, we have a nomination for Chad Lewis, our county trustee. Are there other nominations?
Brad Johnson.
Okay, we have a motion from Dr. Acuff for Brad Johnson.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
nominate Bob Acuff.
Nomination for Dr. Bob Acuff by Danny Deal.
I'd like to nominate Mike Fraley.
Nomination for Mike Fraley by Jason Rasnick.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to nominate Danny Deal.
Okay. There's a nomination for Danny Deal by Brad Johnson.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Donnie Cable.
We have a nomination for Donnie Cable by Todd Smith. Yes, Kelly?
I'd like to nominate Aaron Frazier.
Okay. We have a nomination for Aaron Frazier by Kelly Collins. Are there any others? He doesn't have to be nominated, will he?
He's on.
He's always on there, he's one of the 3. Thank you for your support of him. Okay, so, yes,
Another nomination, Ginger Holden.
okay, more nomination, Ginger Holden by Danny Deal. Any others?
I've got a question, I guess it'd be for the attorney. Is there a limit on this committee, or is it set in stone exactly how many has to be on there?
Yes, ma'am, there's seven members, so there's 4 openings. The mayor, the supervisor of highways, and the director of schools are always on there for their openings. Doesn't have to be commissioners.
Right, I mean, that's the limit, we can't have more than that's what I'm, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, other questions, other nominations? Okay, let's go to our time of voting then. You all correct me if I'm wrong, but I've got nominations for Chad Lewis, the county trustee, Dr. Robert A. Cove, commissioner, Sheriff Mike Fraley, Commissioner Brad Johnson, Commissioner Danny Deal, Commissioner Donnie Cable, Commissioner Aaron Frazier, Commissioner Ginger Holdren. Did I leave anybody out? You all may remember how this was done 1 year ago. When your name is called, you will say the name of four. And we'll see how that turns out, and we may have to have a second, voting round if people tie or we don't get enough people that have, attorney mark, they have to have 13 or 16. 13, the magic number. Any questions? Okay, clerk's office, when you're ready.
Willie Campbell,
Acuff, Lewis, Johnson, Frazier.
I think you said Fraley. You said Sheriff Fraley, didn't you?
Frazier.
Oh, you did say Frazier. Thank you.
Johnson, Acuff, Lewis, and Frazier.
Correct.
Steve Holder,
Acuff, Johnson, Lewis, Fraley.
last one.
Because we have Frazier and Fraley, you all might want to say sheriff or commissioner, just to make sure we get it recorded correctly.
Sheriff Fraley.
Sheriff Fraley, okay.
Sure.
Somebody else nominated one of his. I ain't got my vest on.
Johnson, Holder, Fraley, and Lewis.
Commissioner Holder,
Yes, ma'am.
she's got Lewis,
Johnson, Holder, Fraley.
no, that's not right.
Right. Acuff, Johnson, Lewis, Fraley.
Working this so hard, didn't you?
Did you tell me that?
Johnson, Lewis, Fraley.
I didn't hear the first one.
Okay.
Acuff, Dr. Acuff.
Yes.
Dr. Acuff,
Johnson, Sheriff Fraley, Commissioner Deal, and Acuff.
Nancy Brown,
Lewis, Holden, Frazier, and Sheriff Fraley.
Repeat those.
That's what, okay, Lewis, Holden, Fraley, and,
Frazier,
yes, Frazier.
Avery Wynn,
Lewis, Acuff, Sheriff Fraley, and Brad Johnson.
You repeat those, clerk.
Lewis, Acuff, Fraley, and Johnson.
Yes.
Brad Johnson, Dr. Acuff, Danny Deal, and Ginger Holder.
Brad Johnson,
Commissioner Acuff, Commissioner Deal, Commissioner Holden, and myself.
Steve Burrow,
Deal, Johnson, Acuff, Holder.
Holdren, Angie Oden.
Acuff, Johnson, Deal, and Holdren.
Danny Deal.
Acuff, Johnson, Deal, Holdren.
Gary Kemp.
Lewis, Johnson, Deal, Fraley. Sheriff Fraley.
Jerry Prophet.
Johnson, Deal, Holdren, and Sheriff Fraley.
Lisa Childers.
Acuff, Deal, Holdren, Johnson.
Ginger Holdren.
Acuff, Deal, Johnson, Holden.
Layla Ward.
Johnson, Deal, Holdren, and Sheriff Fraley.
Donnie Cable.
Cable, Lewis, Sheriff Fraley.
Last one.
Ain't you here?
Todd Smith.
Cable, Acuff, Deal, and Johnson.
Jason Rasnick.
Sheriff Fraley, Lewis, Aaron Frazier. Holdren.
Aaron Frazier.
Fraley, Chad Lewis, Frazier.
He doesn't have to vote for four.
Kelly Collins.
Lewis, Acuff, Fraley, and Frazier.
Thomas Prophet.
Sheriff Fraley, Brad Johnson, Chad Lewis, Bob Acuff.
Frazier. Brad Johnson has 16, Danny Deal has 12, Dr. Acuff has 14, Ginger Holdren has 12, Donnie Cable has 2, Sheriff Fraley has 12, Chad Lewis has 10, and Aaron Frazier has 5.
Okay, so we have to have 13 to be elected. We have 2 commission members that are elected at this time, and that's Commissioner Brad Johnson, Commissioner Dr. Robert Acuff. I understand that only the lowest vote getter drops off on round 2. So we will be voting again to elect 2. So when your name is called, you can vote for 1 or 2. That's up to you. And you'll be voting between Chad Lewis, Sheriff Fraley, Danny Deal, Aaron Frazier, and Ginger Holdren. Okay, does anybody need those 5 names are still in the running? Does anybody need those repeated? Okay, Trustee Chad Lewis, Commissioner Danny Deal, Commissioner Aaron Frazier, Sheriff Fraley, Ginger Holdren.
Billy Campbell,
Sheriff Fraley, Lewis.
Nick Holder,
Chad Lewis, Sheriff Fraley.
Dr. Acuff,
Sheriff Fraley, Commissioner Lewis.
Nancy Brown,
Ginger Holdren, and Danny Deal.
Avery Wynn,
Chad Lewis and Sheriff Fraley.
Julie Gwynn,
Danny Deal and Ginger Holdren.
Who was your first one here?
Danny Deal and Ginger Holdren, she said.
Brad Johnson,
Commissioner Deal, Commissioner Holder.
Steve Burrow,
Deal, Holder.
Angie Odom,
Danny Deal and Ginger Holdren.
Danny Deal,
Deal, Holder,
Harry Kemp,
Deal, Lewis.
Gary Profit,
Deal. Sheriff Riley.
Lisa Childers,
Deal and Holdren.
Ginger Holdren,
Deal and Holdren.
Layla Ward,
Holdren, Sheriff Fraley.
Donnie Cagle,
Lewis, Sheriff Fraley.
Todd Smith,
Deal, Holdren.
Jason Raznick,
Lewis, Sheriff Fraley.
Frazier,
Lewis and Fraley.
Kelly Collins,
Lewis and Fraley.
Thomas Profit.
Chad Lewis and Sheriff Fraley.
Could you repeat your vote? Vote for?
Who, me? Sheriff Fraley and Lewis.
Yeah.
Clerk's office, you may reveal the numbers if you will, and then we'll talk about where we go from here.
Danny Deal had 12, Ginger Holdren had 10, Sheriff Fraley 11, Chad Lewis 9.
Okay, so in talking with Attorney Harden, we will be dropping Frazier off this next round of voting since he received no votes that last time. We will also be dropping off Trustee Lewis. No one had enough votes to join Johnson and Acuff. So we will vote again. You're voting for 2 out of 3 names. Those 3 names are Ginger Holdren, Sheriff Fraley, Danny Deal. Does anybody have a question? Clerk's office when you're ready. Thank you.
Willie Campbell,
Sheriff Fraley. Ginger Holdren.
Nick Holder,
Sheriff, excuse me, Sheriff Fraley, Deal,
Roger Acuff,
Sheriff Fraley, Deal.
Nancy Brown,
Danny Deal, and Ginger Holdman.
Avery Nguyen,
Sheriff Fraley, Holden.
Julie Gwynn,
Danny Deal and Ginger Holdren.
Bradley Johnson,
Commissioner Deal, Commissioner Holden.
Steve Burrow,
Deal Holden.
Angie Odom,
Danny Deal, Ginger Holdren.
Danny Deal,
Deal, Holdren.
Gary Kemp,
Deal, Holden.
Jerry Prophet,
Fraley,
Deal.
Lisa Childers,
Holdren and Deal.
Ginger Holdren,
Holden, Deal.
Layla Ward,
Holdren, Sheriff Fraley.
Donnie Cable,
Holdren, Sheriff Fraley.
He's great for 2 years.
Todd Sawyer,
Holdren, Deal.
Jason Raznick,
Sheriff Fraley.
Aaron Frazier,
Fraley.
Kelly Collins,
Fraley.
Thomas Prophet.
Sheriff Fraley and Deal. Yes.
Audience members, I know I told some of you that it wouldn't take too long to get public comments. I was wrong. We'll get there.
Mr. Cable, what was your vote again, please? Your vote, what was that?
Sheriff Fraley and
Sheriff Fraley has 11, Danny Deal 14, and Ginger Holdren 14.
Okay, so after 3 rounds, I think we have four elected members to the Financial Management Committee. Johnson, Baker, Holden, Deal. Thank you everybody for your patience through that. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Okay, Attorney Martin says we're done. Take a 10-minute break.
Like I
I've had 3 not do something knocked up. I haven't had caffeine. I haven't had reminder of these and I'm trying to get off of them. I'm not ready, not like a second. I heard about the south back here.
Hello, Mr. Mailer, you can tell me what the notes.
That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be.
I teach, I tell every kid, tell mom, I'm like, really think about it. That's what I'm saying. Nice to watch them. You're supposed to play together. Yeah, it's good watch. Yeah, you get to college, you get that watch. It's crazy.
I say so.
It's just like people like people.
They've got a hand broke and then your glove back there.
Good, we know.
I'll take you so on this list. Like, go to Black Hole. We'll go get
No, last argument we have.
You guys,
something else. I try to sign up as
Know what you're getting yourself. Only mistake I let him get into my skin, I started snapping back. That kid will never come back.
So I'll know every inch of time. I'm just telling you now. I'm doing it. I fired Jack. Well, let me rephrase that. I was getting I'm doing the same thing. I try to. I do. I'm crazy. It's going on something. It's time to move somewhere Get an extremely verbal. Exactly what I told him not to do. Then he tried to tell the guy was bringing walking brick. You know what to do with his life to make the road base out. He mastered that. He hit the ball off. This is 20 minutes. Okay, bring it in. I threw the ball.
Be making your way back, please. Okay, let's roll.
Well, is that not true?
I made some notes, trying to think of what's going to happen. I was going to say, you know.
A lot of them that are thinking, well, I can hear that, it's not all gonna be. You need to go give you a mansion and you want to.
Okay, let's come back in session, please.
Let's do this.
Thank you very much. We have made our way to item 12 on your agenda, which is the approval of notaries and bonds. And the clerk's office will please read those names for us.
Betsy Hicks, Jacqueline F. Branham, Karen Stevens, Melanie Reed, Tasha Winters, Alan Phillips, Sarah Vance, Debbie Hinkle, Shirley R. McGee, Lisa C. Jarrett, Brandy Bradley, Barbara Ballard, Chris Wright, Teresa T. Calhoun, Joshua Marlowe, Michael G. Harden, J. Nicole Stout Cable, David Collins, Brian Smith, Caitlin Bowling.
Motion is made to approve those by Aaron Fraser, seconded by Gary Kemp. Is there any discussion needed? Okay, please vote to approve the notaries and bonds as read.
Billy Campbell,
Yes.
Donnie Cable,
Okay. Those notaries and bonds have been approved. Item 13, public comments. When you wish to speak, hold on just 1 second, let me make this announcement. You will enter through the swinging doors in the center of this section where the commissioners are seated. Go to the podium. I believe we could possibly get that microphone turned on for you. Can we, Anthony? The first things I need you to say are your name and your address, and then you may begin speaking. As you can see up on the screen, our clerk's office has a timer. Each person has exactly 5 minutes. There'll be a small sound. If you don't hear that, then I will have to call attention that your time is up and ask you to step away and give somebody else a turn. There's many people here tonight. Kind of think I could guess a couple of things you're probably here for. If everything starts sounding the same, I'm gonna ask that no one else come up on that same topic. I'll give you an opportunity to stand together so that we can see the number of you that feel that way. But if it's just gonna be a repetition of the same words over and over, I don't think that's necessary. There's power in the number of you that are here. So you won't need to repeat the same speeches if you understand what I'm saying. Okay, so I had a gentleman that raised his hand. I want you to go first if you would like.
Wesley Bradley, 243 Old Lacey Hall Road, District 3. Woo! So, Good evening, commissioners and county officials and folks. It's great to get in front of you and be able to speak with you all tonight. First, wanted to bring up what I'm talking about tonight, and of course, that's the Tweetsie Trail expansion and the Hampton Watershed Trails expansion. The meeting earlier with financial management this month, you all deferred that action for various reasons. I've enjoyed talking to several of you since then to find out what your comments and concerns and reasons for that is. And I really have taken to heart everything that we all talked about and enjoyed those conversations together. And looking forward to having more conversations about it. But I want to remind the commission that back 2 years ago, you all put $88,000 total in 3 different funding things for the Park and Rec group to develop the Hampton Watershed Trails. Since that time, we have developed phase 1, which is an additional 2.3 miles onto the existing 3.5 miles out there. So we have over 5 miles of trails out in Hampton that we can celebrate. And that was all because of this body. You guys made that happen. You all were the spark for this project. And I do appreciate that. And I thank you all for that. As you see, the galley is a little more full than it normally is on a commission meeting. So I wanted to recognize all of our supporters tonight. And they're here to support the Tweetsie Trail expansion and the Hampton Watershed Trail expansion. So if you're here tonight on behalf of supporting that, I'd love for you to stand up. Thank you all. Some folks are so moved by this that they drove over an hour to be here tonight. The Clapp family from Jefferson City, Tennessee drove here tonight because they come to the Tweetsie Trail often with their 4 children and ride on the Tweetsie Trail. And when they heard about this project, Angela especially has been one of our biggest supporters and really pumped about this. So we don't have just Carter County residents here tonight, but we have people that are regional residents that are a part of East Tennessee and really believe in this project. So please keep that in mind. I want to give you a case for outdoor recreation and tourism. I know we've talked about it a lot over the years. I've been a Carter County resident my entire life, 42 years. In 4 different areas of Carter County, but I've never moved away from Carter County, and we give a lot of lip service to tourism over the years. I've got numbers to back up what we get for that. But our current assets are all from our forefathers. We've got a lake that was built in the 1900s by the TVA. We've got a covered bridge that was built in the 1800s. We've got a fort that was built in the 1700s. That was developed by the state park system. We've got a beautiful creation that was here since Noah's flood with our rivers, streams, lakes, and mountains. But that's pretty much our current assets that we've got. We've got the Tweetsie Trail that was developed by Johnson City, and we have an opportunity to expand it. And with that, I think we need to understand that the money that we currently get. So in 2021, state local taxes was $1.4 million from travel tourism that this county received, just in travel tourism. In 2022, the numbers were just released last week. $1.8 million came into the county for travel tourism. So tourism is a real thing, and it is an industry, and outdoor recreation is an industry. And it's important that we realize that, and it's one of our best assets here. As Aaron Fraser so eloquently puts often, we don't have 2 flat acres left in this county to develop for industry. But outdoor recreation is an industry, and we have an abundance of natural resources that we could benefit by developing those. I've heard lots of concerns talking to some of you commissioners about maintenance concerns. Since last week, we were able to get a hold of Johnson City, and they have 9.7 miles of trails that they maintain. In 2022, facilities material was $8,215. Public Works was 2,300 pounds of litter. 2,000 for materials from Public Works, $7,200 in equipment, $13,750 in labor from Public Works. And facilities also had $3,224 in labor. Save you the math, the total is $34,389.96 total. Total material costs.
Excuse me, Mr. Bradley, is there anybody else that could finish what you were about to say over your time? Because it has been up for a few seconds.
Okay, I just wanted to point out one last thing. If we don't take this opportunity, there's already blood in the water, and Mayor Joe Grandy has contacted Mayor Woodby to find out if we turn down this opportunity, they'd love the opportunity to expand the Tweetsie Trail to Jonesboro. So just know that if we don't take this money, somebody else is going to get it. So I thank you all, and don't be the fire extinguisher when you all were the sponsors.
Okay, I'm gonna call on the lady on the front row closest to the entry.
Ashley Barnes, 231 Shrewsbury Road, Jonesboro, Tennessee. I'm here on concerns of Ballad Health. I am a former registered nurse for Ballad. I'm here today because it's important that I share with you what it is like working for them and the concerns I have for your community. I worked from 2007 to 2021, minus 1 year for Mountain States and Ballad Health. I spent 10 of those years working at Franklin Woods. When I first started at Franklin Woods, it was known as the best hospital around. I worked for the best management ER team a nurse could ask for. I was proud to work there. By 2021, I was filled with anxiety and dread going into work every day. Once Ballad took over, our hospitals went from being well-staffed to understaffed. I know they will blame the pandemic for that, but the pandemic only opened our eyes to how we were really being treated. Our patient ratios are higher than they've ever been. Fully staffed, our ER ratios are about 1 to 5. National average is 1 to 4 and 1 to 1 with critical care patients. I've spent many shifts with 8 or more patients under my care. We were told daily that they didn't want anyone in the waiting room, which sounds great, but not when our ER beds are full of hospital admissions. We were told to start IVs, draw labs, give meds, etc. in the waiting room, and then move those patients on our tracking board to a fast track area so it would look like our wait times were down. But those patients left the waiting room. If patient care was started in the waiting room and patients decided to leave before being placed in a room, they would tell us to mark it leave against medical advice instead of left without being seen, even though the patients were not educated about the risk nor signed AMA forms against medical advice. It is all about the numbers looking good to them, even though in reality they weren't. Meds like morphine were also encouraged to be given in the waiting room to keep patient satisfaction up, but they will tell you it's to reduce pain. Any educated nurse would know better than to give morphine or similar meds in the waiting room when there isn't a way to safely monitor those patients. We had no housekeeping scheduled after midnight. Nurses are expected to clean all the rooms. We rarely got lunch breaks because we didn't have the staff to provide them, and we were encouraged to work through our breaks. We weren't encouraged to write no breaks so that they wouldn't have to pay us for that time. As a team leader, also known as a charge nurse, I often filled the role of multiple nurses in one. Before I left Ballad, I was training a new graduate nurse while taking care of 4 to 5 patients, also had to be the triage nurse until other experienced nurses arrived, all while I was in charge and responsible for the entire ER. If I or many other employees brought up patient safety or staffing concerns, we were asked about our mental health and if we needed therapy. When I left to become a travel nurse, I was told I was abandoning my community and questioned multiple times about my decision to leave by my manager and upper administration. And I applied to come back in March and was offered the same rate of pay as new graduates applying, even though I had 12 years of ER experience. I was offered less than I made when I left. The same week I was offered new graduate pay, I received 3 travel contract offers for Ballad facilities at $2,600 a week. They would rather pay travel nurses than pay a local experienced nurse that is well at first with their company and community. They do not value senior or experienced nurses in their facilities. With the exception of 1 year, our Christmas bonuses were $15 Food City gift cards that were taxed. I would also like to add, after Sycamore has lost their PCU and ICU units, Ballad promised they would move patients out of the ER to hospitals with available ICU beds. Patients are still sitting in your ER at Sycamore Shoals for days in the waiting room, waiting for a higher level of care. Some patients are waiting while their cardiac enzymes are rising, meaning damage to the heart, and are not being transported to the facilities they need to be transported to. Ballot also promised an ambulance crew for transport. While they do have that, nurses often have to leave their hospital, their work environment, to help transport those patients to a higher level of care if they require IV meds or drips due to there not being enough qualified medics available for those transport. If they had a PCU, many more patients in your community would be staying at Sycamore Shoals. After 2 years of traveling, I have seen better hospitals and now know they exist. I would rather drive 2 to 3 hours away for healthcare than go to a Ballot facility. Ballot employees are fearful to speak up due to the monopoly they have created, fearing there is nowhere else to work. I know every shift I work, many nurses search daily for ways out. If I could ask Ballot one thing, it would be, this is my story, are you listening? And I would ask the same for you. Are you listening to your community members and their concerns? There is no nursing shortage. There's only a shortage of nurses willing to be treated poorly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Let me get somebody from the other side of the room.
My name is Matthew Paul, and I live at 126 Sarah's Way, Jonesboro. I'm here representing a group called Ride JC, which is a group that focuses on helping people travel in our region by ways other than a car. Today, I'd like to state our support for extending the Tweetsie Trail to Hampton. I want to tell you about Lanesboro, Minnesota. Lanesboro, with a population of 723, is a town very similar to Hampton, population 1440. Like Hampton, Lanesboro grew up around a mill that served the region. After the mill closed, however, both towns struggled to maintain themselves as they had before the mill went silent. Also, like Hampton, Lanesboro had a choice. Do we put money forward to get a trail into the town? With the help of the state, the town built a portion of the Root River State Trail. Because of the decision made, Lanesboro now receives $1.5 million annually due to people using the trail, as well as the vibrant businesses that were attracted to Main Street. In their own words, they wrote, Lanesboro's remarkable comeback as a livable rural community can be traced to pairing the town's natural and cultural assets to accessibility. The town has emerged not only as a tourist spot, but with a diverse economy based on agriculture, manufacturing, and the arts. The original study for the Tweetsie Trail estimated a 5.5% increase in property tax revenue for the areas around the trail. Extrapolating 4 miles for the extension, that would bring in $216,000 annually as revenue, adjusted for inflation. That number doesn't even account for the study finding that 2/3 of trail-related businesses opened after their trails. 40% of those businesses said that the trail was a deciding factor in whether to start or not. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, what good is a trail that serves only tourists? How is the trail going to help people living here in Carter County? Those are good questions. The Tweetsie Trail study asked the same questions. The businesses contained in the study estimated that 3 out of 4 of their customers were actually local. These would be friends, family, and neighbors getting together and enjoying the beauty of our Uinta Mountains. Carter County Commission, you have a choice. People talk about how our youth leave as soon as they get a chance. You have a choice to make Hampton a vibrant community, one to stay in. You have a choice to bring new businesses with their paying customers. You have a choice to extend the Tweetsie Trail or let Hampton fade away into the mountains. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Moulton, and I live in Carter County. I live in District 7, and I see my representatives over there. Thank you, and especially Jason for talking to me a couple of times. I'm here about the closure of taxpayer. I'm a voter. County. Some people think they need to change it. I like it. I place to live. But I am really wondering about this business with the hospital. The thing is about having a hospital in Elizabethton is a real plus. That's where we live. And I listen to the people and the really great things that they're saying about the Treaty Trail. And I have to wonder, how is that going to affect them when they find out that the Ballard Corporation is going to close our hospital? I mean, seriously. When we moved here, what was a consideration for us? At that time, this was before Ballard, we got here before all the craziness. And there was a hospital here, there was a choice of hospitals in Northeast Tennessee. Now there is a monopoly ran by Ballard. And Elizabethton Hospital makes a difference in our community. If you think about it, if this community no longer has a hospital, Elizabethton is relegated to a bedroom community for Johnson City. I mean, you have to be serious about this and really think about it. And I understand, what you're saying is it's a private corporation, it is, but it serves a public function. And at this point, I have been unable to find the charter and the documents by which Ballard was able to achieve the monopoly over Northeast Tennessee, but I know there must be some sort of agreements that they made. Are they really living up to those agreements? I think you have to ask those questions. I've talked to people in the last few days. I've heard so many stories. And I also understand, and I didn't look this up myself, so I may be wrong, but I also understand that on the website for the state health, that they have an entire page of complaints. I don't have to tell you any complaints. You guys know, you've heard about them. You know there's a problem with healthcare in Northeast Tennessee. And let's see, just to get to the point, because I know there's a lot of people here today, I would respectfully ask this commission. I recognize that you don't have any real power in this area, but you do represent the people in this county. And the people who live outside of this county that use the medical care facilities that we have here. And you have an impact when you stand together against something that's just not right. And I believe that if you as a group would make a statement, that it would carry a lot of weight. I've been led to believe that it would carry a lot of weight on the state level. And maybe I'm wrong, I don't think so. I'm wondering if you couldn't just think about it and do some sort of a letter that said we have lost, we do not have confidence in the Ballard Corporation and its ability to provide health care. And the idea of of closing the hospital just supports that. And if that would be one part of it, to say that we don't have confidence. And the second part, that you'd like to see an investigation of Ballard and find out what's behind this. How can you possibly accept the idea that we don't need a hospital in Elizabethton, Tennessee? That's it, thank you.
You all can just start coming on your own if you all want to. I feel a little funny picking on certain ones and overlooking others, so just take turns and whoever wants to come up next, come on.
I'll be real brief. My name is Danielle Goodrich, and I represent a local freedom group. A lot of the folks that aren't here for Tweetsie Trail came because they knew we were going to talk about Ballard. There would have been more, probably as many as who came for the Tweetsie Trail, but we didn't want to tip Ballard off that we were coming to talk about them tonight because they have a way of showing up and stacking the deck against us. Our organization, we look to uphold God-given rights by teaching our duty as citizens in a constitutional republic. I'm here to actually thank those of you who came to the Ballard COPA hearings and to additionally thank those of you who bravely spoke. I read Angie Odom's testimony and I was there in person for it, and I read it again, and it was excellent work. I think anybody who will take on Ballard and bravely speak against it deserves a great thank you. and it didn't go unnoticed. I wrote an article about the hearings that ran in the Elizabeth and Star and the Tennessee Conservative. In the article, I stated the majority of those who spoke in favor of ballot, it didn't have anything to do with the monopoly's compliance or even healthcare, but instead they spoke about how happy they were to be receiving checks, funding for their community initiatives. I concluded Ballot Health is really good at funding community initiatives, but not very good at what they're intended to provide the community, which is healthcare. We were told we need the monopoly or rural hospitals would close. As you all personally know, with your ICU, it's happening anyways. The FTC warned us about the merger. They said it would do what monopolies always do, drive up prices and drive down quality. The government is not as efficient a regulator as we the people and the consumer through choice and competition. If there is competition, the consumer has a choice. It makes the market answer consumer concern. Whoever offers the better service, product, etc., wins the business. Without competition, there is no need to answer the consumer, and we have no alternate choices. At what point will the legislature admit they were wrong and take the steps to reverse the error? I went as a citizen to lobby for immediate repeal of the Certificate of Need laws, which, like the COPA, the Certificate of Public Advantage, the con laws, make it so competitors need to apply to the government while being lobbied against by the monopoly. Healthcare services wishing to enter the market must spend money on legal fees to go through the cost-prohibitive process. This is a hindrance on the free market and therefore our freedom and choice. Yet the legislature opted for slow repeal, not immediate repeal. When I asked them why, they said because it would cause market disruptions. I asked them to list them and they couldn't list a single one, dragging their feet to solve problems that don't exist while healthcare in the region erodes. This is unacceptable. WJHL ran the following story. The ballot is operating at a loss of $40 million for fiscal year 23, and that the COVID funding kept them afloat temporarily. We can't keep floating this behemoth with our tax dollars while it fails us in the service it's supposed to provide. You all bravely stood up in the hearings. I ask you to take it a step further and motion for a parliamentary vote of no confidence in the system. My hope is that other counties follow and we send a message that the time for change is now. Additionally, we can encourage immediate repeal of con laws via a resolution put forth by the commission. And also we can suggest a referendum to get a vote of no confidence on the ballot for the people, for us to send a strong message. It's time to reinstitute healthcare competition and choice. In Carter County, I believe you can lead the way. Thank you.
First of all, thank you guys for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is James Bird. I live at 1002 beautiful crime-free Dry Creek Road. You may be familiar with it. Just a little bit about myself. I 30 years in the medical field, most of it in the CEO and executive level. I moved back here in 08. I love living here. It's the only place I want to be. It's where I'll be when they bury me. Love being here. But like others before, I have a major concern with ballot health. And I want you, the commission, to send them a message from we the people. Creation of ballot health and the elimination of competition in the healthcare field has done nothing to help the citizens that you serve. Nothing. It's done nothing but hurt them. Not only has it hurt competition, but it has damaged and decreased the quality of healthcare that we all receive. So I'm asking you to please send them a message. You know, from the heart, we're seeing a decrease in access to healthcare here locally through the ICU and the PCU. But I believe the plan is bigger. When you lose an ICU and a PCU, and this is from experience, that limits the number of people who can go there for surgery. Because if someone perhaps even thinks that they may need that quality of care post-surgery, they can't go to sick results anymore. They're shuffling and funneling everyone to the medical center. The medical center is already understaffed. I think we've seen testimony for that tonight. And there's plenty of other people that would testify to that. However, in fear of their jobs will not. I've been offered a job at Ballot and I refused because I can't work for an organization that treats the staff the way they do, treats the citizens the way they do. Got a CEO there that makes over $4 million a year, who sits on boards in Florida, spends a lot of time in Florida. His priorities aren't with us here, we the people.
Amen.
It's with others. And we need local people running that organization. And this commission needs to send them a message that is what needs to happen. You know, we've heard tonight about the loss of $40 million. Well, one reason is the reason I mentioned earlier, 40 million loss, 4 million to the top executive. And then the others, I believe the number's like 38 million to all the top executives there. That would almost cover the $40 million deficit. But the reason the deficit is there is mismanagement because of these people that are being overpaid to begin with. And on top of that, and this hurts me to even say this, local physicians are telling their patients only go to ballot if it's an emergency. If you have the ability and the money to go somewhere else, seek health care somewhere else, because our quality of health care is in the dumpster here. And it's a shame. This used to be a great area. When we had 2 healthcare facilities, you competed. When I worked for a healthcare system in Memphis, we had 5 hospital systems. They competed against each other. One of them brought in a state-of-the-art way to treat cancer. The reason they did that is because the other hospitals didn't have it. When you don't have any competition, there's no reason to bring forth advanced health care for the hospital to spend the money, because you're going to go to them anyway. Why do they advertise? I can't figure that out. Why do they put their name on the mini dome? Why do they run commercials? We don't have a choice where we go. That's a waste of money too. It's mismanagement, and I'm calling upon you guys to please send them a message. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your time today. My name is Angela Clapp. I'm from Jefferson City, Tennessee. And I'm here today because I just kind of wanted to offer a different perspective on the expansion of the Tweetsie Trail. When I heard that there were some concerns with that, I wanted to come and just tell my story. Give you maybe a different perspective from a different county, from someone who comes to visit and utilize the trail. I've been coming to this area for about 5 years for work, staying 2 or 3 nights a month. I do nursing visits to the geriatric populations in the home, and I have enjoyed the local restaurants, doing goose chase races with friends and coworkers. But one of the things that I really, really enjoy and love is the Tweetsie Trail. So we often come, I bring my family, I have 4 children and a husband, lots of friends, and we will stay at Warriors Path. Even now when I don't work, we come up and visit, and it's just a beautiful place to stay. We live close to Knoxville, and Baker's Creek is up and coming and great for mountain biking and road biking. However, there is no greenway to this caliber even in that area. So when I want a safe place to ride, not worrying about cars, traffic, we bring our family to the Tweetsie. I do believe the expansion will not only improve the current trail, but also attract a larger demographic of bikers and outdoor enthusiasts alike. Groups that would benefit would be limitless, obviously, like outside tourism, Girl Scout troops, Boy Scout troops, those who want to take longer bicycling trips, overnight stays. You are truly positioned and uniquely positioned, all of you as a community and those in this room, to offer something that people need, something people want, and that could enhance your community that really doesn't exist anywhere in East Tennessee today. So I hope you take advantage of that opportunity, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you will do.
Good evening, I'm Ken Googe, 744 Meadowview Court in Elizabethton, District 3. And I am the former chairman of the Carter County Development Board. We got this project started with the Tweetsie Trail, and very proud to be a part of it. Following up on Wesley's comments, as he said, Johnson City spends about $34,000 a year maintaining a little less than 10 miles of trail. Carter County is going to have to maintain somewhere around 2 to 2.5 miles of trail, because the rest of the trail is actually on public right-of-way, on 19E, Highway 19E. So take roughly 20 to 25% of what Johnson City is spending. Subtract the fact that we've always proven in the Parks and Rec Board that we really know how to stretch our money. And the cost of maintaining this new section of trail is not going to be very much, not compared to the opportunity that it presents to this county. We don't have to go hundreds of miles, for example. All we have to do is go up to Damascus, Virginia. The trail that goes through Damascus, Virginia supports 5 bicycle shops and sees over 100,000 visitors a year. Now, the Tweetsie Trail is not the Virginia Creeper Trail, and I've never tried to sell it that way. But we do have this. We're going 10 miles long to almost about 14 and a half miles long. Now, that is long enough to create a trail that is really a tourist attraction. I know this for a fact because I'm one of the people who ride these trails. I've traveled hundreds of miles to ride trails. I was at the Swamp Rabbit Trail in Greenville, South Carolina just a few weeks ago. Of course, singing a granddaughter, didn't I? I've heard that too. But yes, we are taking this trail from a great local trail to a real tourist attraction that can bring in many thousands of people a year if you will take the opportunity to do it. So I'm very happy to be a supporter of this trail. I know we have many here tonight. I look forward to working with the Parks and Rec Board and the County Commission to see it maybe one of these days we can take it all the way home. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Getz. I live at 736 Fairview Road in Hampton. I'm just going to be real quick. I've got about a 2.5 minutes to explore and tell you about my experience, or my husband's experience with Valley Hill. Johnson City Medical Center OR is already on the road. Last year, my husband had to have 2 surgeries within weeks of each other. He spent 6 hours in a pre-op cubicle without ever seeing anyone. No pain medication was given. Although he could hear people outside his cubicle, no one could even see if he was okay. I could not advocate for him. I was not allowed in the pre-op area and knew nothing at all about his status and what was going on. When I asked about his status, I was told that there was a backup in the OR. After 6 hours, he was told to go home and he would have to reschedule the surgery. His condition, the reason he went into the hospital to begin with, was because of intense pain. He was having this pain whether he was standing, sitting, reclining, or even laying down. Real briefly, he had a cyst within the vertebrae of his back that was squishing together all of the spinal nerves, and he couldn't get comfortable at all. So he's now being sent home. And he ended up having to be in pain for an extra couple of days until we could reschedule that surgery. In the rescheduling appointment, he was giving, when we got to the hospital again, the second go around, he was given some pain medication, and there was a nurse in the vicinity. And after another 3 hours of waiting alone, they informed me that I could go sit with him, despite the fact that it was against their rules. They were the ones that told him to do it. I did not ask. We waited another 5 hours together before he actually was able to get to the operating theater. 2 theaters, we were told, must be available at all times for the trauma patients. So other surgeries that need to be done are all bumped for hours on end. I don't know how efficient that is, but for me, it was inefficient and terribly ridiculous. And the patients are getting a lot of unneeded suffering going on. So then we have the second surgery. The second surgery was because he had a nodule in his lung that his doctor had found, and it needed to be biopsied. But because it was real close to the heart, they couldn't just biopsy it. He had to be sedated, and while he was sedated, they just said, well, we might as well go ahead and send it up for a biopsy. And if it is cancerous, then we're just going to go ahead while we have him already sedated to go ahead and take out the upper lobe of the lung. And then they would have to harvest some nodules and do a biopsy later on them. So for that second surgery, the bumping continued. So we basically had a repeat performance of the first surgery we'd just gone through a few weeks earlier. And once again, he was taken into surgery 8 hours of stressful waiting later. It was the most ridiculous, horrible experience that I think I could have had for a loved one. It was just very, very stressful. I can't even hardly relate it. I'm surprised I'm not crying. I just had to have hip replacement surgery. I chose to go to Nashville. It was worth the 5-hour trip. I made that trip 3 times, once for a pre-op appointment, once for the surgery, and I have one coming up next week for the post-op. The care that I got at that facility was just so amazing. It was like family. That's how much it meant to me to have found a place that was caring. That's what I remember about being around here. And I've never actually had a chance to go to Sycamore Shoals, but except for x-rays. And I just cannot imagine what we're going to be doing if we have to deal with Ballad Health much longer. So the other gentleman presented some good ideas about what the commissioners here can do. And I hope that y'all take that very seriously. Thank you so much.
If y'all can't hear me, just let me know and get a little louder. Michael Warren, Stony Creek. I think these people do have a little bit of a point, because Sycamore has been a part of this community not near as long as the port has, but it has been a staple of the community. There ain't no question about that. So why would you let a big corporation come in and screw it up? I don't know. But anyway, to my point, this thing about the trail, I believe at one time Elizabethton had an opportunity to purchase that railroad bed, and they balked on it for whatever reason. Johnson City jumped on it like that, and they used the steel they got out of the rails to pay for the property. So they basically come out with a pretty good deal. Now Johnson City owns operates a trail, whatever kind of trail you want to call it, through the middle of Elizabethton, because they was asleep at the wheel, you know. And I don't know what Nashville's going to be saying when they see that somebody turned down their $6 million, because $6 million, I jump on it like a fly. You know, and they want money somewhere down the road. I mean, nah, that dog doesn't run.
Hello, my name is Mark Upton. I live at 2200 Lauderdale Drive in Johnson City, approximately 100 yards from Carter County. I live on the Tweetsie Trail. When I say I live on the Tweetsie Trail, my property is on right next to it, over by Cedar Grove. And I'm here to talk a little bit about my thoughts on what's been going on with the trail as someone who lives on the trail, so I can perhaps alleviate some concerns. I think that the finance committee that had deferred it, I think it is wise definitely to look at maintenance of trails. I'm also a trail builder by trade. I build single track trails for a living, and maintenance is something that is very, very important. So I appreciate that that is something that's being looked at, because the trail should definitely be maintained. I believe a couple of other concerns were potentially an increase in crime. Like I said, I've lived on the trail since 2016, so about 2 years after it was created. And the only thing that I've ever personally seen, and again, this is anecdotal, I don't know what the police sheets and the sheriff sheets are saying. There was an incident, but it was a mentally ill person. It wasn't somebody who was a hardened criminal, somebody who was trying to rob somebody. It was nothing like that. Somebody who just was doing something they shouldn't have been and shouldn't have been there in the first place. So to see that being a concern, I personally have not seen it. And if you do your due diligence, I think look at, especially rail trails, you will see a decrease in crime. in those trail corridors. And I think the last thing was a potential for homeless camps. I can tell you the people in my neighborhood definitely do not want anybody who should not be there sleeping on their property, sleeping on adjacent county property. So I can tell you, if that was ever to happen, and I understand, I think the concern had to do with, there's been some homeless camps in Johnson City. Johnson City, I don't work for the city, but my understanding is that they have changed their policy to start cleaning up those camps. But those camps did get cleaned up in the summer. So if there hasn't been an influx of homeless by now, it probably isn't going to happen. And again, Johnson City, I think, had a reputation for a number of years of being welcoming to that type of folks coming into the area. My wife and daughter, $2 use the trail practically every single day. So I feel like, $6.2 million grant from the state and the liability on the Carter County side is a fraction of the cost. So I think it would be a wonderful thing to extend the trail for all the reasons it's already explained. But again, I just wanted to give my experience as someone who lives on the trail, greatly enjoys the trail, and hopes to see this trail expanded to Hampton. Thank you.
It's Jay Adkins. I live at 175 Richardson Hollow Road, First District. I'm not going to take much of your time talking about horror stories from Ballard. I think we've got enough of those. In fact, I don't think I've ever spoken with anybody who had anything positive to say about Ballard except for an elected official who was a contractor for Ballard. So I think we need to do that. But I will say this, I'm not a doctor, I'm an engineer. And the pragmatic problem that we're facing with looking at Sycamore Shoals closing or the ER at Sycamore Shoals closing is the fact, Carter County is a large county. And we've got neighbors in Johnson County who are going to have to go very far. It'll be twice the different distance for me if I have to go to Johnson City in the middle of the night with one of my kids because, something I got to take them to the ER. And just the distance that the people of Carter County go to get to Johnson City or to Bristol to find ER care is just something that I don't think we should be accepting of. And so I agree with what everybody else has said is that we need to have voting of confidence. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Brian Winston, soon to be by next month a Carter County resident. I'm building at 139 West Pines Road. I am a business person. I'm a builder, developer. And just to go back on some of the aspects of what I've heard in regards to, I'm here for the Tweetsie Trail thing, but I'm also here in regards to people moving to this region. I have people from all over this country moving here, and it's all for medical, the beauty, the VA system, the universities, the pharmacy, the medical schools. But there is a monopoly in that. So I just want to put my 2 cents worth in on that. I'm sorry. I own a business after the Tweetsie Trail was originally done. I bought a, excuse me, a little nervous. Bought a structure at the head of the Tweetsie Trail. Building was 100 years old. I bought it in 2016. I started a bike rental business there, developed into a full-blown bike shop. Actually, so 2016, so we opened in 2018. Then this year we completed 2 more businesses where I took other properties that were dilapidated and improved those. So in total improvement value, I've got over $850,000 invested right there at the corner of the Tweetsie Trail. We see a lot of people from around the country, from around the world, people from our community. I've gotten to know them personally. We've developed friendships, and it's just been a great experience. I think if you build it, like Durham said, if you build it, they will come. And I think with the additional extension of the Tweetsie Trail, you're going to see also that in Carter County. We do, from a From a health benefit, it's going to be lowering the cost of long-term health care because you do become healthier. It's not just for cycling, it's for walkers, it's for runners. So I have invested a lot in the growth and believe in the opportunities there for the Tweetsie Trail. And I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think so. And initially it was for the investment. Now I think it's for the community. We have taken a disarray of properties and improved those properties. And it's just made the neighborhood, the community stronger, safer. We hear it all the time from the people that live around our area on the Tree Streets communities, the Southside Neighborhood Organization. So I strongly encourage the support. I was just going to come here and give my input on that, and then also something else on ballot health. I have a critically, not critically, but he's in stage 4 renal failure, and we've been going to Nashville for years. We couldn't get that pediatric urology aspect. One of my neighbors, she was a pediatric neurosurgeon, and basically ballot health ran her out of this, so she went to Cincinnati. I deal with a lot of physicians, a lot of doctors, people in the environment. My sister-in-law is a nurse practitioner, and here are some of the horror stories that these guys have expressed is true. I mean, they're bringing nurses in, and they're bringing them in. They're subbing it out for the staff aspect. They're getting paid more than what an actual nurse full time is. So I don't know that. I don't understand it. I'm in business. I see profit, loss, all that, and it's just not positive. But this is a great region. I think this Tweetsie Trail, I'm jumping back and forth, I'm sorry. Tweetsie Trail is going to help everyone, it's going to help our community. Thank
you. Hello, my name is Matt Young, 110 West F Street, Elizabethton. I am one of the original builders of the Hampton Watershed Project, a group of Boy Scouts, me and Jared Kickford over there. Back in 2002 and 2003, we received our Eagle Scout project for completion of the first 3.7 miles or so of the trail. I built the trail because I love Carter County. My family's been from Carter County forever. We can trace our heritage back here to the 1700s. My grandfather went to the University of Auburn. Came down from Tiger Creek. And you know how he got to Tiger Creek? He told me he had an old Army ROTC uniform. He'd throw it on, he'd go down the road and put his thumb up. And with that old ROTC uniform, he was able to hitchhike from Tiger Creek all the way to Auburn, Alabama and back every year. And that's how he did it. It wasn't even an ROTC. It was an old uniform, you know? Later on, opened a business that's Young Animal Hospital over in Johnson City. He since sold it, but the name is still there. I want to talk to you all about maybe some unintended consequences about expanding the Tweetsie Trail. I just want you all to consider before you cast a vote yea or nay on it. I also own 4 units in Elizabeth, and rental units. Currently, we have long-term rentals, meaning we rent for 12 months at a time. The more tourists we get coming into the area, the more influx of money we come into the area, the more opportunity for business owners and landlords. The more likelihood there is that we will turn those long-term units into short-term rentals, meaning the Airbnb, VRBO. If we turn those into the short-term, that means we're taking a spot away from a local resident, okay? And maybe it's just us to do it off the bat. But what if, say, 10 to 20% of your long-term landlords go from being long-term, supporting your locals, to only marketing to out-of-towners? And all of a sudden, you have 20% of the available housing cost or available rental housing off the market. Well, that's going to raise rents for both your short-term, right? People that are doing the VRBO or the Airbnb. But that's also going to run up the rents for your long-term renters too, because supply ain't there. As Mr. Bradley pointed out earlier, Carter County doesn't have 5 acres left to build on that aren't in a floodplain, right? So we're going to build this housing to house our locals, the people that are supposed to service this new tourism industry we have coming in. That gives me pause for concern. Our rents personally, and it's not that we did it out of spite or out of greediness, but our rents personally went up 50% in the last year. We went from charging $500 for a 1-bedroom up to $750 and $800 because the market yielded it, okay? After a while, our locals, our citizens aren't gonna be able to afford that. And that gives me real pause for concern because like I said, when we first built that trail up in Hampton, I did it because I love the area and I love Hampton and everything about it. I know we had a gentleman over here earlier said that Hampton might just fade into the mountains, but I don't think you have to worry about that if you've been from Hampton, you know. So I just ask y'all to really think about tourism and its place in our county and what we're trying to accomplish here. I do think there'll be an economic boom if we go in and extend the Tweetsie Trail up to Hampton. I think it will be a very positive thing for tax dollars, for landlords, for a lot of people. I do think there are going to be some unintended consequences, though, and it might be our relatives that maybe fall under that line, and maybe they get pushed out. Thank y'all. Please consider.
Let me make a remark while we continue to count on. We have heard from 14 people, and this has been an hour long. So unless you have something completely different to say, a different perspective, a different opinion, I'm gonna ask you that you just make your voice heard through others that have spoken. So right now, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Lindsay Cochran, 195 Bear Hollow Road. Not valid. I'm a professor at East Tennessee State University of Anthropology and Archaeology. I'm here to advocate for the expansion of the Tweetsie Trail. We've had people living in this region for over 17,000 years. There's a huge concentration of archaeological sites and resources right around Hampton, including the watershed. One consequence, a positive consequence of that watershed expansion is increased funding through local, regional, and federal grants for historical resources. That's point number one. Point number two is, as a woman in my mid-30s, I'm on the Tweetsie Trail almost every day. I feel very safe. Anywhere that I travel around the country, which it brings me all over the place, Florida, Chattanooga, Nashville, Knoxville, I find rail trails. I feel safe going by myself. I'm not concerned. I hope I'm faster than the bad guys, but so far it hasn't been an issue. Also, as someone who is trying to mentor young people, I'm trying to get them away from computers and outside. Expanding the Tweetsie Trail gives us the opportunities and the resources to bring more young people into our outdoors. It highlights the resources that we have here in Johnson City, Elizabethton, Hampton, and I think that it's a really positive way to continue to develop the local economy and to promote the resources that we have here and encourage more people to stay and to enjoy the resources that we have. Thank you for your time.
Jennifer Bradley, District 3. Like Dr. Cochran, I am a runner and avid cyclist on the Tweetsie. I am every bit of 5'3", 140 pounds, and I've never been scared for my life on the Tweetsie Trail. So the safety, I'm not worried at all about the safety. But the reason that I really wanted to come before you guys, I have been for the past 16 years a proud Carter County teacher. And not only that, I've been a teacher of young bulldogs for the past 16 years. So I teach at Hampton Elementary. I teach special education. Love my kids, love that community. Even though I'm not from there, I love that community. I want to urge you guys, this is the best thing that we've had come into that community. Our kids right now don't have a whole lot in Hampton. We don't have a whole lot to pull us from Full Road and some of those other places. This trail will be a benefit to that community. Our kids need something to do other than TikTok and Facebook and video games. So I will be short. As a teacher, please think about this, guys. Thank you.
I'm Michael Melton, 1778 Sylvan Hill Road, Elizabeth. I'm the 8th District Representative on the Carter County Parks and Recreation Board. The Parks and Recreation Board is made up of 8 members representing the 8 districts of Carter County. We're volunteers appointed to give recreational opportunities to the citizens of Carter County. This board was not to be political, but have 8 individuals serving their districts. This board can do many good works and will do good work for the veterans of Carter County and Elizabethton. This board has gotten political with an election of officers last year. The first and only election to my knowledge. An election puts the leadership in place and gives leadership a majority for the agenda. We should not have elections. We should never have a county commissioner as our chairman. We should never have a non-member with a seat at our table with monthly meeting agenda items. We should not let park managers be members of our boards because of self-interest. I'm asking the county commission to reorganize the Parks and Recreation Board. We need to remove some members and replace them with new members with good and fresh ideas. We need to be a board that works with the county commission, the planning department, and all the departments of county government. We need to work with our schools, the city of Elizabethton. We need to work with other volunteer boards and groups in our community. And most of all, we need God. We need to pray and seek His guidance. This is God's world He created for us. And I'm sure He will be with us as we work for a better and more beautiful Carter County. There's talk of a Carter County Parks and Recreation Department. We shouldn't do this because we would be rivals with the city. I don't know of another city that has a city and county recreation department. It's one or the other. Our Carter County Parks and Recreation Board can work with and partner with the city on projects that benefit the whole community here in Elizabeth and Carter County. City residents visit county parks. And county residents visit city parks. We shouldn't be divided. The city and the county should work together for the community. Thank you.
I do. It's going to be short and sweet, though. Good afternoon. My name is Cody Howe. I live at 591 Laurel Road. That is a Carter County resident, so I am right on Johnson City as my address, but I am a Carter County resident. Being a Navy veteran, I've lived all across the U.S., and without a doubt, it's been the most beautiful place I've ever lived. I plan to retire here. It's an easy decision for me with so many outdoor opportunities and such a wonderful community. For my sake and all my outdoor friends, I hope you choose to expand the Tweetsie Trail. Every time we ride the Tweetsie, we eat in Carter County. Every time I ride a Tweetsie, I'm reminded of why I want to retire in Carter County. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Breakdown.
Good evening, my name's Keith Morgan, I live at 130 Fenway Drive, southwest corner of Carter County, District 7. Nice to meet you guys. My wife spoke earlier and I just been sitting there and I'm thinking, everybody here is basically speaking on one subject to you guys, and it all comes back to health. And it's our health, it's your health, it's the tourist health, whoever comes in here. Tweetsie's Trail is the best thing for health. Get outside, exercise, and you keep your health up. But if you need a hospital or you need care, that's where you go to, the hospital, ER. They're both very important. You guys have not only the power to do something about Tweetsie Trail, because you can supply financing or approvals on that. You also have power to speak out because we're speaking to you and you are our representatives, and that's how it works in this country. I thank God for this country, and I thank Mr. Campbell for his prayer. That was very nice to open up the session. I've sat in your chair, I've sat in your chair. So I know both sides of the story and how it works, and I know what it is. I'm asking you to look at the whole thing. This whole thing is health, and it's revenue to the county, and it's for the great support of us. Your people that live here, and you know what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to say that because that's what I was hearing tonight. There's one subject going on here. It's our health, it's your health. And through that, and through you putting in support to, such as a Tweetsie Trail for added revenue, which I know my property taxes are going up. I've already figured that out. So there's more revenue. And I do a checkbook all the time. I've done finances my whole life, and you can find money. So we're here. We support you guys. We want you to know that. And we're just asking you to listen to us and hear us and do what you can do. And we would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, I want to express appreciation from all the commissioners to every member of the audience, our citizens, our neighbors. We thank you for giving up a couple of hours of your night tonight to come and speak on very, very important issues. We have listened, and I know I can only speak for myself, but everything you said will be taken to heart and put into consideration. So at this time, I'm going to allow the commissioners to have another break, but can we go to 5 minutes this time? Can we do 5?
Good, just so you
All right,
can stand up.
5-minute break.
Oh, back there. Dog got hide, print on my hide either.
I know.
Guys, you got 9 minutes till.
Okay, here we go. At this time, we bring forward Mayor Patty Whitney.
I don't have anything, but I'm gonna let Anthony take my place and he's gonna update on the website and some few things that with the website we're on.
We've been working on the website, I think 4 or 5 months now. They are at a point to where they're moving all the data that's on our current website to the new website. So I'm hoping by the next meeting, the same time next month, I should be able to present the website with live data in it to you for your final approval and make sure everybody likes what they see. So that's pretty much on the website. A lot of people have mentioned that they wanted me to move this equipment, over here to get it out of everybody's way. It's not that simple. This is actually going to be kind of a complicated project. So Ron has taken that over. We've gotten bids for moving this equipment and getting it over here. And the projector's actually done good today. It's not gone out, but we do have an option. That'll be an option in the bid is whether we want to get a new projector. I think this one's been up here for 5, 6, 7 years at least. So I think that's it.
And just one thing I wanted to say with Anthony, when the website does go live, each department will be maintaining their own piece. So I know there was a complaint that come in that Quinn forwarded out over minutes not being on the website. The chair or the commission or whoever will need to decide who is going to partake in making sure minutes and anything commission related is on the commission site. And Josh will go and tell you that it's not technically, it's the clerk's office to do paper copies, but they are not required to do anything online. So that may be something that we want to discuss, or who's going to control that, who's going to be the middleman for that, who's going to get that website, that piece prepared with minutes and agendas and everything that you want on it to be transparent to the public. Because right now the old website is not live anymore. It is live, but we're not putting anything new on it just because we are moving information over. Each office will be responsible for their own office and what's on there. Mayor's office, we will have that. Trustee's office, we will all have responsibilities for our own website page. So I will not be controlling anything with the commission. I'm not responsible for minutes. I won't be so that will have to be discussed, shareholder, who will be, if that will be Gwen in the clerk's office, or if that will be someone from a committee who would take that responsibility on.
And I'm not a secretary, so Chris Schuler did the greatest thing. He took me a copy of his website, highlighted the things he wanted changed. I went in, it was easy to make the changes. A lot of people just send me a one-line word and they want me to come up with a paragraph. That's not my position. I'm just to change the website. So if you do have any immediate changes like Chris had with the solid waste, just send me an email or send it to Kenzie and she'll get it to me and I'll get the changes made as best as I can.
And that's with the current website. We will not be doing that when the new website goes live. Each department will be responsible for that.
I will be going around to every department, every elected official and sitting with them, and they'll designate somebody that's working for them that they want me to train on how they can change the information in their department on the website themselves. So they won't be dependent on anybody to do it. So if something's missing off the website, you go back to that department head and it's their responsibility. So that's where it's going to change a little bit. I think that's it.
Thank you, Anthony and the mayor. Some of the commissioners have pointed out that the first set of lights over your head is not on, but we double checked and everything is turned on. So we don't know if the lights are burned out or what's going on up there. Have any of y'all received complaints from citizens at home?
Excuse me, it's been like that for several weeks. It seems to be working fine. It's just they don't come on like they used to.
All right. Just wanted y'all to know that I saw it before we started, but there was nothing that we could do to get those lights on. I think it's working. All right, we're moving into committee reports. Up first is budget. Chair Aaron Reader.
All right, folks, first up, would be a motion to suspend the rules to hear the grant application that the Sheriff's Department would like to put forward.
There's a motion to suspend by Kelly Collins and a second from Thomas Prophet. The floor is open for discussion, but even if you don't want to discuss it, hold on for just a minute so the clerk's office can get that motion copied. We actually have a motion by Kelly and a second by Prophet. What?
That's okay, Fair. I thought he was asking for a motion, so.
Okay. I don't know that you put it in the form of a motion, did you?
I thought he said we need the motion, but he might not have.
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
So, let's take care of
There you
it. You've got three names out there, Frazier, Prophet, and Collins.
That's fine.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
Okay. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Abby, Sheriff Bradley, did either one of you want to say anything about it?
Come into discussion for that after this.
Okay, all
I
right.
to suspend the rules first because it didn't come through committee because we just got the word on Saturday.
Okay. All right, so we're just voting right now to suspend the rules so we can hear it. Please vote.
Billy Campbell,
Yes.
Don't do it, Brad.
All right, what the Sheriff's Department has opportunity to become part of is a mental health transport grant, which offers reimbursement of up to $46,840. State law requires the county sheriff's office to provide transportation to any county residents who have been involuntarily committed for a mental health evaluation. This grant has no match requirement and allows the county to recoup the cost for services we are required by law to provide.
Okay, motion to accept by Lisa Childress, second by Julie Quinn. Now, is there any other questions or discussion?
Just for the sake of organization of this commission, what became is an important, it's emergency, that you have to suspend the rules that you even brought to this body rather than take it through committee like it normally is. It's not a day when it has to be done.
They found out about it on Saturday and it has a deadline of the last day of the month. So it would fall in before financial management, before budget committee, and before the next commission meeting to be able to participate in.
That's where it's coming from, work.
It is who's submitting the grant?
The Carter County Sheriff's Office, it's through the Office of Criminal Justice Programs in the state.
Criminal justice.
Office of Criminal Justice at the state level.
That means they're violating their own ruling because the rule on grants from the national side is 45 days minimal. So now they're doing it in 10. That's why we have mess ups here in the county. That's the reason why I'm bringing up the point is trying to keep them tracked and executed properly for the money or the funds that we can account for. We don't get ourselves in trouble.
Well, from my understanding, the way it works is the Sheriff's Department submits to this grant. It's not, they get $46,000 at once, they submit to it, the mileage and hours, or it may be a flat amount if they decide on one to participate in it. It's basically just to help lower the cost of transportation for court-ordered committed.
Non-court order. These are individuals you encounter in the community who have been experiencing a mental health crisis and they present to Sycamore Shoals Hospital, or an officer encounters them on a call and it's determined they need to have a mental health evaluation done for their safety. The ones that are court ordered, somebody who is already in the criminal justice system, are done through the courts, not through the sheriff's office. This is a service we are required by law to provide. Over the last several years, many counties have complained to the state that it's an unfunded mandate. It's a cost that
the county has to bear and then the state offered no reimbursement for. They have now decided they're going to start offering some reimbursements to the counties for these services that they are forcing us to provide under law.
Any other questions? All right, let's vote, please.
Bill Campbell.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Moving on, budget amendment number 1, motion to approve the preliminary estimate of debt service and costs of issuance for the note from Raymond James and Associates and Bass and Berry and Sims PLC.
Is there a second? Second by Avery Wynn.
If you're unfamiliar with what this is for the loan to secure the repairs and replacement of the HVAC system at the jail. Tune of around, total cost is around $3 million, and we have around 900 and change in grants and cash, around like more like 825 or something like that. And so this will be the note to secure the remainder. And this is the preliminary part of it. This isn't the final.
Okay, the floor is open if there are other questions or discussion. Okay, let's vote on the contract with the people that are gonna oversee this process.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up, motion to approve the Tennessee Corrections Institute Training Equipment Grant and authorize Mayor Whitby to sign for the grant.
Second by Lisa Childress.
What is the amount?
This grant is $15,000 and requires no matching funds on behalf of the county.
These funds will be used for stab-proof vests and forearms basically riot gear for the corrections officers.
As well as training equipment and things like that. It's primarily for training equipment, but this year they opened it up to allow us to purchase safety gear for our cell extraction response team. And this will also help when we get the federal inmate contract back. If we have inmates that are dangerous, we can better safely equip our officers to do those transports.
Let's vote, please.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up, number 3, motion to transfer $125,000 of funds that have rolled into fund balance from the landfill's 22-23 budget to a reserve account for the post-closure of the landfill. This fund needs to arise to around $2.5 million over the next several years. It's currently sitting at 0.
It's coming from the landfill's fund balance.
Yes, this is not from the county unassigned fund balance. This is from the landfill's unassigned fund balance. And we need to get it up around $2.5 million. 4 financial directors ago, it was removed at some point for some reason. We're not sure exactly what happened to it. But it's now to start heading it off and getting it going back in the right direction.
Okay, so that motion was seconded by Angie Odo. Any questions? Voting?
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up is motion to approve budget amendment, motion to transfer the remaining funds from the UT Extension Office's 22-23 budget to the 23-24 budget totaling $5,384.46. This was what they left over and would roll back into the fund balance. The reason it was so high is they had a short period of time where they were short individuals that were supposed to be staffing that. They intend on turning these over into programs, I think was the primary thing. Yeah, programs, training, that sort of thing.
Floor's open for discussion if needed. Okay, let's vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up, motion to approve budget amendment 101-3, items 1 through 4, in the amount of $29,605.25, with nothing coming from the unassigned fund balance.
Second by Nancy Brown. Questions? Let's vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up, motion to approve budget amendment 141-1, items 1 through 7, in the amount of $2,086,768.02, with nothing coming from unassigned fund balance.
Second by Jerry Crawford. Concerns? All right, let's vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up, motion to approve budget amendment 142-1, items 1 through 7, in the amount of $552,182.31, with nothing coming from the unassigned fund balance.
Second by Gary Campbell. All right, let's vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Next up, motion to approve animal shelter monetary donations in the amount of $705.
Before she put Aaron in, Jerry Crawford made a motion and second was Andy Odom. Let's vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. And last up, motion to approve animal shelter non-monetary donations totaling $550.
Mr. Childers on the second. Let's vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. And for the final time, bye-bye, bonds.
Okay, financial management, Chair Brad Johnson.
I'm gonna let Kenny do it because
Okay.
my glasses broke.
Vice Chair
I'm using
Danfield.
Braille. He can read, I don't have Braille here. Hey, Nick, I didn't see anything funny.
Okay, first item, motion to accept grant and approve grant contract between the State of Tennessee Department of State, Division of Elections, and Carter County Election Commission in the amount of $25,000. This is the Help America Vote Grant and will be used for voting machine storage.
We have a second by Nick Holder. Any questions? All right, please vote.
Bill Campbell.
Yes.
Second, motion to approve resolution authorizing the issuance of a general obligation capital outlay note of Carter County, Tennessee, in a principal amount not to exceed $2,550,000, making provision for the issuance, sale, and payment of said note, establishing the terms thereof and the disposition of proceeds therefrom, and providing for the levy of a tax, if necessary, for the payment of principal thereof and interest thereon. This is for the jail HVAC.
Motion has been seconded by Todd Smith. Does anyone have a question?
I think, Madam Chair, we have just some background for y'all's information. 2.5 is over a 13-year period. In the contract clause, well, the contract has been reviewed by our legal contract date. We can pay it off after the first 5 years. Well, this is some of the bullets to that.
$30,000 fee.
Yeah, That's the first thing you voted on to the, which is our, money man we go to in the private industry for the county, have been for years. I think it's just about it. Carolyn, is there anything else other than that, the main bullet points to it, so they can understand to it? The AE design's been reviewed, contracts, and it's and the, next thing I think is the motion is for the approval for the contractor to start work. Of course, you have to order the equipment first, and it's going to take, I'd say would be through the winter months before it gets here, but.
Brian, did you say it was no, penalties after 5 years?
No, we can pay
That's
off.
what I'm saying, we paid off without penalties.
Yeah. 13 total, 5 payoff. And that was at 4.7%. Keep in mind where the money market is within the nation. You've heard of treasury bills. That is, that's money that the government borrows from the public. The market today was at 4.27%. So we're less than 0.5% of what the federal government borrows for, which was a good rate. The first one that was received was 6.5. So there's quite a bit of difference between the two.
That's it, we are ready to vote.
Yes.
Okay, next up, motion to approve contract with Norwell Company Incorporated for the Carter County Jail HVAC control system replacement project. The amount of $2,894,369.02.
Okay, motion is seconded by Gary Kemp. Any questions?
Is this the only bid to come in on this? Well, let me tell you this. They did Carter County Bank last year, and they're still working on that yet today. Everything's went haywire in that bank, and it's still going haywire today. What makes me believe that they're gonna do the job over here? You just have to go in there and see what a mess they've got that in. That system's not run right, electric's not run right. Things are tearing up every day.
Anyone else want to respond or ask a question? Okay, let's vote, please.
Willie Campbell?
Absolutely not.
Okay, motion did pass. I'm gonna ask, Chairman of Highway, Jason Rasnick, if he'll come to the podium for this added piece to our agenda, item 15C.
Like I said earlier, just due to safety concern about the speed limit on Jim Elliott Road because all the influx of traffic. The bridge has been closed on that end of Gap Creek, so everybody's using Jim Elliott and they're flying up Jim Elliott Road. If you've been on that road, there's some curves right there. And just asking them temporarily to lower that speed limit to 25 from 35 to be replaced whenever that happens.
First up, I'll make a motion that we suspend the rules so we can address this.
Okay, motion to suspend the rules, Ms. Brown.
This particular highway department thing. Highway department motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, my screen on her phone. Because it's not in there as motion yet. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to lower the speed limit temporarily while a bridge is under construction.
Suspend
the rules first. Thank you.
Gotta get the second. Okay.
Yes, there we go. Okay, we're ready to vote. Suspension of the rules.
Campbell.
Yes.
Your go for your motion, sir.
Y'all heard the motion.
Okay.
Sorry, I was too fast.
It's okay. We'll go with a motion by Aaron Frazier and a second by Steve Burrow. Does anyone have any questions, concerns? Yes, Aaron.
Is it gonna cost anything to change out the signs for the highway department?
Shannon, do we even have an approximate time? Is this months or years or
State's saying 24, maybe into 25 before that bridge is complete.
months?
No.
2024,
Oh.
2025,
Okay,
what the state's telling us.
okay,
And it's all 100% funded, all the state, we've got no control.
okay. Anybody else have anything?
My training did add that he would put a few patrols out there and kind of police that area a little bit to hopefully probably issue a ticket or two to kind of get the word that they are going to patrol it. I hope to do that. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's vote.
Campbell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're hearing from County Attorney Harden at this point.
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. As usual, I have a written report in the minutes every month. Really, the only thing to say about litigation this month is the ongoing litter violation cases. Two cases in court this month. I think we filed 5 new ones. So they're continuing to roll through and slowly gain compliance on most of those. But other than that, if anybody's got a question, I'll answer it, but I'll stand on it.
Okay, commissioners, if there's nothing there, it's your turn to talk. Floor is open for commissioner comments. I'll recognize Angie Odom.
Well, I don't think you have to guess why I'm probably coming up here or around after tonight, hearing from so many of our citizens here in Carter County. And those that still stuck around here to this long meeting. I can't imagine anything else that I feel that I know I need to do as a commissioner tonight to at least help be the voice of these people that have brought their concerns here. And one reason I learned, during our breaks that they're here is because of those who stood up before. Because of the voices at COPA, for those that couldn't attend, we know that we all spoke in here at the other meetings and we were so unified in that. And I feel out of this Tri-Cities that it's an honor that they came to us to ask for our help. And I know we can't change what a company's doing, but we can tell them, this is Carter County. We're representing the citizens of this county. We need access to health care, and we, as our citizens have told us, are not getting the access. And because of the lack of confidence of what is in our town currently, that is not being handled well, but because of the programs within the hospital that has been removed, what's it going to be when we have this trail? Right now, if a nursing home patient falls, and I know this because my aunt did, they could not treat her for a broken nose from a nursing home. She spent 12 hours in the ER. What's it gonna be when this lady who travels with her 4 kids find out they don't even take pediatric patients at our hospital? Because you can't take your kids down here. You have to go to Johnson City. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but if we can't ask people to drive their bikes 10 minutes away from here in Johnson City and we're expanding the trail, then we need to hang on to our hospital. If 10 minutes is too far for recreation, and 10 minutes too far to the hospital, we deserve to hang on to our hospital. So what would you like to add?
I'd just like to add that I think that we need to do something here tonight to show that we're behind our hospital and that we ain't gonna back down. And we hope that our legislation will help us. And I think I would like to personally thank each and every employee at our hospital because I know their life ain't been easy. And we appreciate them, and we want them to know we're standing behind them.
Yes.
And we want to send something to Nashville and let them know we're backing them 110% tonight.
Yes. And that's the point in this. We are not saying anything against our employees. We're backing these employees for working long hours without the right help, for maybe possibly not getting the right pay that they need, but also for your possible family, kids, loved ones, or maybe us when we leave a meeting. Who knows? We need to have that healthcare, and it's time that I just feel it's the time to ask.
Exactly.
I would like to ask the commission. I talked to our attorney during a break, and we both did, and some others about a possible resolution of just saying, us as a body, we want better than what we have right now. We need to keep our hospital, but that doesn't mean just a building. We need our programs. We need all of these departments, but we need better access to healthcare right now for our citizens. We can't move forward and adding things if we can't supply all of their needs, and that means their care.
And we want to send a message to Ballard that we're not backing down, and we're hoping that every community in Tennessee will back this, and that their bodies will stand behind us and do the same thing.
And I will add to the part, because I do represent this commission as a liaison for the Board of Health. I will personally carry this resolution to Nashville and visit everybody that I need to in Nashville with it, with some other stories and things that I've been given through the community. Woo!
Guys, your nurses cannot give the care you all deserve with what Ballad gives them to work with. I promise you that. I've been there. I know what this system is like to be inside.
With this, I'd like to make a motion that we get our county attorney to make a resolution in Nashville that we are not happy with what Ballad's doing, and that we don't intend to put up with it any longer.
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Sorry, that made you different.
I couldn't hear you.
She made the motion.
Ask you.
Yeah, second.
Yes.
I, of course, draft anything you all tell me to draft. I would just ask, I don't want to speak for anybody. I don't have a vote or a voice here other than just a scribe. So, I don't want to make up a resolution with a lot of things.
For one thing, our nurses at Sycamore Shoals deserves the same pay as the ones at Johnson City Medical Center. That should be in it. And we don't want any more departments in our hospital closed. We need more staff in the building.
We're asking for accessible health care. And the health care that is present, we've lost confidence in based upon, I guess you want to say, the structure changes.
Any other ideas?
An investigation on that?
How an investigation of.
Vote for COPA. Vote for COPA, yes. It is not a patient advantage.
And then a monopoly is not working for Carter County. Johnson or Unicoi, we can go down there.
Well, not only Carter County, but Johnson County.
I'll do my best. I would suggest that if I draft that, we come back through, like a committee, Health and Welfare, to look at it. I don't, you all asked me to draft it, I'll draft it, but I want to make sure the majority of folks are good with what it says, before it's sent on. So I'll do whatever you all say, but I would suggest maybe coming back through Health and Welfare Committee at least next month.
Do we need to vote to send it to the Health and Welfare Committee after?
No, I'll draft it. If you all vote, if they approve this motion that you've made here, I'll have it drafted into Health and Welfare this month, coming up.
Anybody else want to say anything before we vote?
Can you get maybe contact with somebody else, though?
Go ahead, Willie, since.
Have a representative here from Ballard too. To see what else.
Amen.
Ask questions and see what's going on.
Okay, Aaron Fraser, you have the floor.
I'm going to speak as someone that knows of nurses, many nurses that have been churned and burned through Ballard Health. I worked for Mountain States Health Alliance years ago, worked in the ICU and then as a monitor technician. But there is Ballard Health, what they do in general is they see the nursing schools at both Milligan and ETSU as a way to bring in nurses, use them, burn them out, and then send them on. Generally, it's 1, 2, 3 years. If you survive that long, then they actually try to have you hang around and continue the brainwashing. But this is going to have unintended consequences. It's on they're intending to close Sycamore Shoals completely. And by doing this, there's an onus that they may speed up their timetable. So just bear that in mind.
This is the problem, is they're a monopoly and everybody's fearful of them. And if we don't fight, we lose. And you're gonna lose more than Sycamore.
Well, there's other ways, there's things that go along with this that need to be looked into, because there was some rules written when the Elizabeth Memorial Hospital was here, whenever Sycamore Shoals was open. So some of the rules and different things with that need to be looked at. But I'm not defending Ballard Health at all. I'm just saying that all bad health is going to do what all bad health is going to do.
Okay, Kelly Collins, you are recognized.
I didn't hear exactly what Attorney Carvin said, but you're going to write this and it's going to come back to us to vote.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, like I told them, certainly individual commissioners can write whatever letter you want to write. That's up to you individually. But if we're speaking as a whole body, the majority has to approve it. And I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. I don't have a vote, right? So I just want to make sure I capture what the majority of the commission wants. So you're speaking as a commission. That's all I'm trying to do. So I'll draft from the things you've told me. I will attempt to draft a resolution, but I want the committee to review it and make sure that it's what you all want and it's the full committee. So we know it's the majority's will.
Well, I couldn't hear exactly what you said about it going through Health and Welfare.
Yeah.
Is it going to go to Health and Welfare and then they're going to send it to you and have specifically what they want in it, or are you just going by what people are yelling out?
Yeah, I was writing down I was taking the suggestions from the audience, right? So I'll draft a resolution. That's the only way it's ever been done since I've been here. Nobody else has drafted a resolution and brought to me. So I'll start it.
No, I didn't mean that. I just meant ideas. You're just going on what's been thrown
Yes,
at you
ma'am.
right now.
Exactly. If you've got more ideas, everybody knows how to get a hold of me. And
That's what I was getting.
I'll put in there any viable thing somebody tells me and try to tie it together in a package that you all can vote on.
Thank you.
Okay, Nick Holder, you have the floor.
Are you all available October the 3rd? That's at 6 o'clock. I'm the chair of the Health and Welfare Committee. So after our attorney's drafts, you can come to our meeting and we can discuss this. And if we've got any questions that y'all have firsthand experience, we can kind of look over this resolution together to see what we can do. Would that be, and I would invite all of you all to come to this meeting to figure out what's the best thing to do. And I've been on both sides of it. I've worked in EMS for 20 some years. I do agree with Commissioner Frazier. You know, they're vindictive. So we need to tread lightly and try to see what we can do to help nurses and help the community, and maybe we all win in the end. Yes, ma'am.
So I cannot be here on October. Can I meet with you another time?
Absolutely. I'll
And I'll
give you
just
my
say-
phone number after.
At the risk of losing my job, I am a valid health employee. I work at Sycamore Shovels in the surgery department. So at the risk of losing my job,
I'll speak with you after you. Give you my number. We'll talk.
I'm free, so I'll speak freely.
is that?
Yes, sir.
So, what you're saying, I agree with, because a little bit, I understand the previous hospital, there was some kind of thing like, I'm sorry, he's from my district.
Mountain State.
Yeah. And what he.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's what we do, the investigation. Before we go forward, you guys agree, we don't just go blind. We know what we're talking about. And if we want to put something in writing I mean, you guys have signed it, but we are supporting. And I appreciate what you brought up to me before and go through this. So I think that's right on, and what you're talking about to go forward. It'll be easier on people before they actually put something down. They understand what they're doing.
Commissioner Wynn, you have the floor.
Having had experience with the VA and Johnson City Medical, with the ambulance rides, being referred from the VA to JC Med before I even set foot on the VA property. I broke my lower left leg in 3 places in December of 19. That was my first experience with the Johnson City Med as far as needing some sort of surgery done. My son told me they said it was gonna be 3 or 4 days before they could work on my leg. Broke in 3 places. Then I took another ride over there, and I believe it was February of 22. Might be February, no, it's February of this year, I'm sorry. Again, was referred to JC Med and was told that they would not release me until they figured out what was wrong with me. 4 days later, they released me. Never did figure out what happened. And the last time I took a ride in an ambulance, it wound up at Sycamore Shoals. I got much better service at Sycamore Shoals in the ER than I did at JC Med. That's my own personal experiences. My granddaughter gave birth to one of my great-grandchildren at Nicewander a year ago, maybe a little bit longer. She didn't have running water in the room that she was in with that baby. To my knowledge, there's no bathrooms in those rooms in Nicewanders. You use a communal bathroom down the hall. She had to go to Knoxville to have surgery done on her skull because there was no pediatric neurosurgeon available. They don't have one on staff there. And when I heard about the one that they ran out of business here that went to Cincinnati, it's no wonder they don't have one, because they don't want them there. Those are my experiences with Johnson City Med. My experiences with it. Not hearsay, not want to wish, but that's my experiences with it. I have a bullet points thing from a friend of mine that had the experience with JC Med. Her husband died. They had a contract doctor out of a company in Louisiana who signed a death certificate that he wasn't supposed to be able to sign because the medical examiner has to sign that death certificate. It took her almost a year and a half to get that signature fixed the way it should have been. She is still waiting on her survivor benefits from her husband, retired Marine General, because that doctor signed that medical certificate. We've got a problem with contract doctors. We've got a problem with contract nurses that are not lowering the cost of healthcare because they're paying them much more than they would local doctors and nurses. I'm behind this resolution altogether. I can get more and more. Everybody I've talked to, and I talked to a lot of folks that's had experience with ballot. Probably 1 in 10 are
Anyone wish to speak that hasn't spoken yet?
Mine's brief, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to give them a chance. That's what I always do. Go ahead, Aaron.
I can tell you an example I was in the hospital and I tried to get the nurse call. I had to end up calling my wife to come to the hospital and round up somebody to help me. That's the way it is about it. So I've had the same experience some of the rest of you had.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Aaron.
The point I was going to make is to Mr. Wynn's point is the service at the VA has gotten so bad that they are pulling doctors from JCMC and sending them over to the VA to try to get the numbers up. So the service is getting worse at JCMC. So they can send doctors over to the VA to try to pull the numbers up over there. It's a shell game.
I just wanted to add, I'm blessed to be a veteran. I'm about to have surgery at the VA next month at the VA. And within 3 days, I went from meeting a new primary care doctor, having a lot of tests done, having ultrasound CTs, scheduled for surgery, and I have that already booked within 2.5 weeks. And it's not even emergency surgery. And my room is clean and it's very efficient. And it makes me sad to think that I can't take my husband there or my mom there. The VA has been very good to me and they're very on top of things. And I'll be honest, even this morning I did a pre-op and my nurse was a Valid Health nurse, but she's been with the VA for 3 years. Then the person that checked me in the office, both of those two people used to be at Valid Health and now they are at the VA. And they're not leaving because they were called out. They left because they said they will never get back. And it's not that we don't feel things could change. I'm not wanting to say this. I have people I love that work for Valid Health, and I even like some people there, that came and spoke with us. All we're saying is hear us and help us fix it. And guys, we've said it through multiple meetings. We have had the CEO here. We have had a whole lineup of everybody at Valid here, but we're only seeing things dwindling down more and more. We're just saying we're really serious. We need you to really hear us and hear the people. We're not against the fact that we will never work with them, but we can't work with what we don't have. And guys, this is people's lives and their health. This isn't just something. How would you feel tonight if you have a loved one you go down there and they can't get the right help? I did make a special phone call. I'll tell you, I called Lisa Carter because one of my board members just found out he has pancreatic cancer. And he sat from 8 o'clock in the morning till almost 12:30 at night in an ER waiting room. And I called Lisa and I texted her. I said, I don't know what you can do. He's in terrible pain. Can you not find a room? They're admitting him. And they did. We shouldn't have to make a special text to get people rooms. And I'm glad that he's getting the care. But what about that little person? I know that there was a pediatric person in mental health, 2 weeks wait in a mental health room in the ER for pediatric. I would go crazy in a room with 4 walls in 2 weeks. I would have already talked the walls down, and y'all know that's true. But our kids deserve better. We deserve better. And that's all we're trying to get them to do is hear us. And so when I say I'll go take it, we have been told by someone in Nashville that if we get this, they will help us And I know everybody goes, yeah, nobody can help. You know what? There's some other people that might not be around the table that you've seen yet, that have asked not to be seen yet, that might not even be in Nashville. All I can say is there's a plan. And it's not just to take them down, it's to get them to listen. That's all we're asking.
When we
Is
run
there
back
anything
to
else from the floor? We have a motion on the floor. We're in discussion. If no other is needed, then let's vote on asking Attorney Carden to draft a resolution and take it to the Health and Welfare Committee.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Okay. Does any other commissioner have a topic or comment? Yes. Very good.
This is gonna sound a little frivolous after this most important discussion. I don't mean it. But there was a lot of discussion tonight about why we passed Tweetsie Trail extension and why aren't we doing it. I just want to make the record clear. As one of the four that voted in financial management to hold this furthest to next month, we were given very little information about this particular project. $6.3 million at the time, which has been rectified. There was no budget attached. We had no idea what the maintenance on the trail was going to be. Sheriff Fraley was out of town on vacation. He had no input into how, if we asked him to increase patrols along the Tweetsie Trail, how would we be able to handle that? How would that impact his budget, his bottom line, and would they do it on bicycles or ATVs? We also found that the language in the contract was not consistent. I know the mayor said that this has never been done before and they're hobbling contracts together, but we need to make sure that the language is correct. We're going to have $6.3 million come into this county, and we don't even know if we could ask our trustee to put it in a CD ladder until we could spend all that money and use that interest to actually fund and help our general fund and unassigned fund balance wherever it wants to go. So there were just too many questions. We weren't, and I guess why I got so concerned about it, I got a call from the WJHL reporter early this morning, quite early, and they said, why did you vote against it? I said, it has not even been to the commission yet. And I gave him my litany why I could not support the contract. Now, there were three others that voted no in that, and I'll let you defend your vote if you want. I'm not collectively speaking for all of us, but I just wanted the record clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. All right, we have other requests to speak at this time. Donnie Cable.
It's not that anybody's against the trail. It's that the commission was not given any information of what's going to happen to that $6.3 million. We weren't given any drawings. We weren't told what was going to happen, who owns the property that the trail is on. Unlike Dr. Acuff, we just didn't have information. And to this day, we still don't have that information.
Aaron Frazier.
Sure, where to start? For many of you, this actually started before you were in the commission. So if you weren't up on the details, that's kind of okay. But the sheriff and I have had conversations regarding the patrol and different things of the Tweetsie Trail, and have a decent idea about what he was intending on doing. He's even intoned already that he wants to add a sixth zone to the county to be able to give more coverage. And as far as equipment goes, an ATV with street tires, so we're talking, less than 15 grand, but he already had plans to increase the patrol in general for the Tweetsie Trail. Now, we do have cost estimates of what the actual maintenance is going to be from City of Johnson City and different things like that. We don't know specifically how that's going to apply to us, but it's also 3 years down the road before we end up with the completion of the bridge, before we can, at least 2 years before we can start on the actual expansion from the bridge down, at least a year to start master planning on. The grant did include administrative costs to essentially pay if there was additional personnel needed to manage the grant or to manage or for extra help in the finance department or whatever. I think it was around $340,000 included in the grant that was put in there for that. I think because I've been in Parks and Rec, I've seen the plans for Hampton Watershed Trails at least 300 times. So it's kind of old hat, and surprised many of you knowing that this grant was coming down the pipe didn't attend a Parks and Rec meeting to get an update on what the plans look like and different things like that. So just most of the information is there. It's just not been presented to this particular body, and it was been presented to the previous body on whenever the grant was originally sought, whenever Mr. Bradley and Mr. Googe and Mayor Woodby went down and sought it. But one of the things to remember about this is we had 2 private citizens take it upon themselves for something that they felt very strongly about to go to Nashville and take a 1 in a million shot to ask the governor to give us $6.3 million just because he thinks it's a good idea. And he said, yes, this is a good idea. As part of who we are as a body, and if you will check back through the election record, most of us are listed as Republicans. And if you are familiar with the Republican Party platform, that states that people are the greatest asset that we have, and the government should stay out of their way. So when somebody comes up and says, hey, I've got a project that I can get $6.3 million for, that's going to improve tourism, that's going to improve quality of life, it's going to improve access to healthcare or access to healthy ways to live. It's also going to provide things for high schools to have biking clubs and different things like that to get kids outside, which is something that we have collectively known is something that we need. The question shouldn't be, how are we going to pay for this? It should be, how can we pay for this? Not whether we should or not. Because with what the minor pittance that gets put into Parks and Rec, less than 1% of the total budget for the county, less than 0.5% actually, it would take us 60 years or more to recoup what this grant can push us forward. Where we're having to go and seek $3 million or $2.5 million to repair the HVAC system at the jail, we have an opportunity to put in a one-of-a-kind, actually 2 almost one-of-a-kind projects. Security concerns were raised about what about someone, quote unquote, attacking the water system that goes through the tunnel. Unfortunately, the only thing that prevents somebody from doing that now is a dog chain across the road to a state right-of-way. It would be easier to drive a car into the pump house up in Hampton than it would be to deal with having to go in there and dig through 4 inches of concrete. So the security concerns are a little bit overblown to that extent because there's nothing goes on there now. The city of Elizabeth, and hasn't been out there in over a year, was evidenced by the condition of the trail when the governor came up here. There's a lot of things that people are trying to make issues out of, and I don't quite understand why. Is it because you don't want any sort of recreational development in the county? Because the only other developed park was also killed by the financial management by the same 4 commissioners that delayed this for the next one. So it leads to the example that maybe they just don't want any development in the county. They just want us to maintain and die out because the census numbers don't match what people are saying. We've lost at least 2% in the county over two consecutive census. We're not growing, we're dying. More than 60% of the population is over the age of 60. That's a significant number whenever you look at the number of kids that are in school. We've lost 2,200 students over the past 14 years in the school system. The school system is not growing. It may grow 100 here or lose 100 there, but it's either going to be where it is or it's going to shrink if we don't do something to increase tourism and give people a reason to stay here.
Amen.
Now, on to the Gap Creek Park thing while I have the floor. In financial management, there was a paper that was touted around, and it didn't get presented to me in Parks and Rec before it got brought up in financial management. I was told we were coming there for a Gap Creek Park update to say what we had done. It was a document that had been floated around that had $270,000 on it. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Commissioner Holden caught on to the number one thing is that under previous administrations, many things were pulled out of the Gap Creek Park Fund and sent to other groups in the county, like Rome Mountain Recreation Foundation. If you go back and actually dig through the numbers and start looking around, there's around 160,000 that's gone into improvements or maintenance in the park, depending on how you want to look at it. Around 175 if you include the maintenance. But maintenance cost at Gap Creek Park was only around $15,000 out of the budgeted almost $35,000 that had been put into the budget. So it wasn't that Bob's Trails and Trees or any of those organizations were trying to fleece us. Much of the money was left behind and used to be pushed into other projects. But the open purchase, if you remove the open purchase in the initial survey, that's almost $68,000 out of that $270,000 or $270,000 that comes right off the top. Well, then Carolyn sends me the actual document from that was presented in financial management. It's $240,000. So you go through and we reconcile back through Brad Berg and the previous finance director that was here before Mr. Burke, but Mr. Burke was here primarily during this time. There was at least two purchases for equipment that were listed as part of quote unquote Gap Creek Park for more than $20,000. That's not Carolyn's fault. How would Carolyn even know that that had happened? But you guys didn't come and say, hey, these numbers look crazy. How about you give us a breakdown? Many of the year-end POs that we did would come up at the end of the year because Parks and Rec doesn't normally, because it's not a body of commissioners that understand when a budget cycle starts and a budget cycle ends. It's just a bunch of citizens that got together because they care about stuff in this county. They work their tails off too. Mr. Bradley, chief among them. But nobody came to us and said, hey, what about this? It just got dropped in FMC and then got dropped on the budget committee. And I still had never even seen the document whenever it came into the budget committee. Nobody even asked. Nobody called. Nobody did anything. So just as a recap of what actually has been done at Gap Creek Park, along with the $300,000 grant that we secured to do the banks and stream bed over there that Director Schutler was able to secure. There was a line of 300-foot fence that was installed between the park itself along the property line and Gina Beth Drive to limit access. There's a 1,500-foot linear trail that's about half finished with 800 feet that is covered in over 6 inches of gravel. And the remainder of it is just regular gravel. There is the gazebo that was installed. It's approximately 25 by 15. It's massive. While we could pick it up at a cheap price, under $8,000, the installation and concrete costs that were pushed up by COVID had a lot to do with it. Now, a lot of the reasons that nothing got done is because the city of Elizabethton threw a hissy fit because there wasn't a quote unquote no-rise certification done. So there was a bridge installed and abutments installed. And then they said, well, you can't do anything else. We're not going to issue any more building permits until you get the no-rise certification. We sought the no-rise certification shortly after the meeting with the city of Elizabethton, and that was in May of 22. just for the hydrologic and hydraulic analysis of Gap Creek. Tysinger Hampton and Partners was the one that we contracted for that for approximately $3,200. After a period of 7 months of not being able to get the data from FEMA, Tysinger Hampton and Partners received the data in, I believe, September of 22. Then promptly turned around in October and said, we can't do this. Here's a bill for $500, find somebody else. It was sent out for bid twice. Once it was returned with completely wrong stuff. And the second time it was sent out to Mattern and Craig, and they were going to do a bunch of engineering work to go along with the no-rise certification for installation of the bridge, the remainder of the bridge, the ramps to allow people to get into the park when we could actually open it. But now we have a problem. We have a bridge and abutments that are in a flood zone, and we're no longer seeking a no-rise certification. This is going to be in violation for the National Flood Insurance Program. So we're kind of over a barrel on that. Nothing's happened yet because Parks and Rec hasn't met yet to decide what they would like to see done about it, but it is what it is. Now, this had been approved in the with the remainder of the funds that the Parks and Rec Department had in the 22-23 budget. However, the Finance Department, due to the budget crunch, was not able to get the purchase order done and out to Mattern and Craig, so work could have already started and been completed by this point. So if we're not going to do anything in the county, that's fine. But don't go into the guise of saying that, yeah, we want to try to push things in this county a little bit forward. The JECDB already has marching orders and the majority of a strategic plan to try to make sure that when we do growth and we do tourism development, that we don't end up becoming Pigeon Forge. A lot of things are already in place to keep something like that from happening. But the objective all across the board from everything and all the surveys that the JECDB have done have been, the number one thing on those lists has been, don't change Carter County, just do what it does better. I yield.
Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Dr. Akos said. On financial management, I was one that made the motion to defer. And the explanation of that is I've been on this commission for 1 year. It won't be the previous commission that will vote to support to finance the maintenance costs and the extra costs we'll incur. I've been on here 1 year. I've not even seen a map of that trail. I had to be told where the trail was going to go. I've been on here 1 year. I was never given a cost analysis, what it would cost to maintain that trail. I've never seen a revenue analysis, nothing, absolutely nothing. And
Our meetings are open. You can come to our meeting.
Excuse me, Commissioner Hill has the floor.
So, nothing was presented, and I'm just not talking about myself, but I'm talking about the 23 others on this commission. Nobody has presented anything to this full commission to give us an idea of what we're facing. So I heard tonight from all the cycling enthusiasts, and I get that, but I want to hear from the residents because they're the ones that's going to incur the cost. So whatever that is, whenever we get that, I'm not against Park and Rec. I was on financial management and we had the Gap Creek Park. I was asked by somebody to go look at Gap Creek Park. I went out there, I looked, I seen a gazebo on a bridge that you can't even climb up on. So then when I hear we've got $247,000 in it, I was surprised. That's a lot of money. And so then, why, you can't even, you have to drive across it. So then that's when we called them in to get the plans of it. And I see a big investment by the county on a park in a flood zone. So that was my decision on that. So I just want everybody to be aware of why I deferred next month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Aaron, due to the length of time you just spoke, I'm gonna move to Avery Wynn to speak.
Perfectly fine.
Having been on this commission now for just about a year. The plans, the expansion of the trail, I have not seen a map until tonight. I didn't know where it was going to end. I thought it was going all the way to state line until tonight, until today. I don't know if they want to extend it past where it's going to end at now. We don't have a problem buying those people out there. Because in Roan Mountain itself, if they follow the old railroad grade, I can tell you 3 businesses they're going to cut in half. One of them being H&H Trucking, which just moved in about a year ago. One of them being Linda Sutton's horse farm, going right through the pasture she cuts her winter hay from. And the other one being the sawmill down in Roan Mountain. If that trail runs on that side of the highway, it's not going to be anything in Roan Mountain. But I found out tonight that it's going to end up by the tunnel. I haven't seen a map. I haven't seen any cost available for it. What it's going to cost to build it, what it's going to cost to maintain it, what it's going to cost to signage for it, or anything. So if it came to a 4 vote tonight, I'd have to.
Okay, Todd's in.
There's been a lot said, and I get most of it. I talked to the gentleman back here at Great Leap the other day, and I told him the same thing I'm going to say now. It 100% came down to information being shared to the people in this room. I had no idea of a lot of it. I've taken some heat for getting together a town hall meeting to discuss this. I got news for you. That's all it's for, to discuss this. It's not for it. It's not against it. It's to try to get the information out there. Put yourself in our shoes when our constituents call us and say, what are you going to do about this? Or how's this going to work? And all you can say is, I don't know. Because the information apparently stopped when we came into office a year ago. Because I've heard nothing about this until the last little bit. And that's all I want. I want the information. I am more than happy to see this succeed for the county, but I'm not going to do it with a blank slate. I need to know what's going on, where, when, and why. 99% of that's going to be in our district, in the 6th district. Yet we've not been approached or asked about anything. I've asked questions in building and grounds on a couple of occasions, and I know there's some members in here. I've been told, I don't know how many times, somebody will be here next month. Never had anybody show up. So that is why I'm out searching for answers and trying to get the answers I need. Not just myself, but the constituents in Elizabeth and Valley Forge that have been calling me and wanting to know, where exactly is this going to be? Well, how are they going to do that? I don't know. I'm glad Mr. Radley's going to come and attend our meeting to help give some positive information out. But that's the information we should have had. We shouldn't have been sitting here in these blank-eyed stares. But unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves.
Okay. Aaron, I'd like for you to keep it to 2 minutes, please.
It'll be brief. By and large, the Parks and Rec Committee had asked on 2 separate occasions through the Budget Committee for funds to do master planning for the area beyond the bridge. And we were told no, and our budget was cut back. So as far as what goes on after the bridge, there isn't one, because we weren't given the funds to go and seek the master planning for it from the start. There was one year that there was an ask to complete everything at Gap Creek Park, and it was about $1.1 million, and the answer was no. We got $100,000. And that $100,000 has to support Eric Anderson Park, it has to support Greenbridge Landing, it has to support Fish Springs Park and its development, and it has to support Gap Creek Park. So no, it doesn't move fast, but there's not any money to make it move fast.
Julie.
Budget that we just finished. When we first started kicking around the idea of pay raises for our county employees, and we kicked out there some big numbers. I remember a very, very smart chairwoman scalding our backsides for not thinking things through and telling us, you better know what you're talking about. You better know how much it's going to cost. You better know from now until the end of time how much it's going to cost. And I don't know if she remembers that because I don't think she's paying attention to it.
I am, yes, I remember every word.
But I came away from that with my tail on fire, thinking, man, you know. But honestly, I learned a lot from that statement, from that whole group of statements. And I personally am happy with what financial management did and the fact that you held off long enough so we could know where we need to be on this. Because when financial management gets it right, budget gets it right. We know where we're going with it. And there's no doubt that we can afford to do it and that it's going to be great. So I'll just tell y'all, I appreciate you doing what you did. I don't know that I would have done that, but you brought up a whole lot of valid points for what we need to be looking at as well. And it's not a big stop. It's just say, hey, you know, I might want to go 500 cows, but I don't know that my land is going to hold 500 cows. So I better be knowing that before I get them. So thank y'all. I mean, I appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Well, finally, it's being the chair of financial management. One thing I'm doing, and I don't pull no punches and I'm direct. I resent the comments made toward the financial management and the duties they have, as if they were prejudiced toward any particular thing. I question, and I dare you to even try to prove it, your background in terrorist planning, community planning for terrorist attacks and all that. Let me tell you something, that's how I wound up in the desert. You give me a thing I can.
Address the chair, please, Mr. Johnson.
I have the floor,
Mr. Johnson,
ma'am.
you do have the floor, but why don't you look at me, please?
Oh, I'd be glad. They don't look too good anyhow. Anytime that I have anything to do with planning in a county, in a state, anywhere in a territory, in a conflict, it is to do the least of damage to myself, but to make sure that everybody around me is safe. Now, the comment from the safety point of the tunnel, and that is my brainchild, that I mentioned it first. It's not that I want to be first. I mentioned it and I thought, my gosh, if I can knock out 70% of the water of this city by 4 inches of concrete, which is just what your driveway is very easy. Look what that does to you domestically. And look what it would take to get it back online. Not that it would happen, but we have a bare tunnel there that is concreted, rectangular. You just made a sleeping platform for the homeless. And if you don't think they're coming up there to look at the rules and regulations that the city of Johnson City put down, you can't do this, you can't do that, and they're on the Tweetchie Trail coming here. Now, for the cost wise, reason why I'm feeling just like Dr. Acuff and the real deal says, we had no numbers, zero. I'm not going to go to the park and recs. This is a full commission. We don't chase the rabbit. The rabbit comes home. I've been here as long as it, well, longer than that, but it has never been on this floor. You cannot find references in our recordings of anything whatsoever before the full commission. It surprised me when it came into my committee meeting, when I looked at it, I thought, my gosh, we don't get 6.2, 6.3 million. We're only going to get 4 million because 2 million goes to the city of Elizabeth. Did you know that? See what I mean? First time. And we're going to make them hard decisions. And that is a wonderful committee that will do it regardless of what your thoughts are. We're going to get it as right as possible. And the reason being is when it comes to this floor, we want to have as possible all the answers we can for you fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Anyone else on the floor? Yes, of course.
Because the comment was made about the purchase order, the finance department, nor I can make to put in a purchase order for Parks and Rec because I'm the one that has to approve it. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that for future reference. It's the fact that I can't put a purchase order in because then I can't approve it, and I'm the only one that can approve a purchase order of $10,000. So I just want to make sure, I don't know if anybody else from Parks and Recs is here, but I just want to make that clarification so we know that for future reference.
And furthermore, it's past my ice cream time. That's why I'm ill. Man. Here. Even the ice cream store shut.
I'm gonna ask, Attorney Harden to go over something that I had asked him about. When he's finished and addresses all your questions or comments concerning that, then I'm gonna ask Kelly Collins if she'll come and chair the rest of this meeting, because I have some things to say. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the question was about district town halls. What I would say is, you have to be careful to make sure that we comply with the Open Meetings Act. If 2 or more commissioners are in the same place deliberating toward a decision, I know that's vague. It'd be one thing if you were sitting there in a meeting, only receiving information and not talking. But even then, one could say you're technically deliberating based on the information you're hearing on what you might vote on later. So the cure to that, and the way that it's been done in the past, if I've been asked, if certainly commissioners in each district can have town hall meetings, there's no problem with that. It's great. You're hearing from your constituents. That's what you're supposed to do. But just to cover all bases, I would publicize that in the normal way we do open meetings through the clerk's office, through the newspaper, announce it at these meetings, post it at the courthouse, post it in your district. These are open meetings for full discussion. And then you've got no problem. You can interact with your constituents. You can answer their questions. You can discuss things, think about things, and then there's no problem. So that's all I would say. If you want to have those meetings, just do it that way as we would any other open meeting, and make sure the whole public's invited. It's for your district, of course, but it's an open meeting for everyone. So that's all I would say about that. If there's any question, anybody can ask me and I'll help you just to make sure that we don't have an issue.
I would like to ask a couple of very preliminary questions. So if a district wants to have one, I would assume the first step is for the 3 of those commissioners to find a common date that they can all be there. It wouldn't be okay to leave one out.
Sure. I mean, it's a district-wide town hall meeting. I would assume you would certainly invite participation by all the representatives of that district.
And then if one chose not to attend, that's okay too?
Sure.
Okay. Does that bring up any other questions from the body?
The way I look at it is, if you need a meeting, meet. It's only civil. All we're gonna do is sue, shoot. You can get by that for 10 years. You won't even be in office.
Chair Collins, will you come forward, please?
No criminal act. Now, if I had ice cream in it, the Jill, no, you would. I would. Thank you. Jill, and
You do it next month.
no, the ice cream for 15. How she doing? We going to.
May I be recognized?
You have to sit in your.
Yes.
There's one.
I'm gonna stand with my team. Just a couple of thoughts, and I want to start with ballot. I know, I couldn't help but notice from where I sit that the person here from the television news media turned her camera off and sat down whenever a citizen spoke about ballot. She turned her camera on and started filming again when a citizen spoke about the Tweetsie Trail. I just want to point that out in case some of you all didn't get to see that from where you're seated. I thought that was quite interesting. At first I thought it was yellow journalism, but then I looked up yellow journalism, And it's not quite that. I would just say it's a complete failure to report the truth. I am told that the hospital in Carter County continues to remove beds. People are seeing more and more things and personnel leave that hospital. Just wanted to make sure you all heard that tonight. With all the biking enthusiasts in the room, I would have thought it would have been pointed out more that once we get, especially that top level of the Hampton Watershed trails, which I think are quite challenging, even for good bikers, their accidents are going to happen. We're going to have face plants and broken bones. We are going to need the closest hospital possible to treat those type of injuries. And please know, I am not wishing this on anybody, but it happens. I've got friends that are bikers and they've wrecked recently. And they're very experienced, very good. So I also wanted to clarify, I know a lot of our nurses and those personnel have left, but let's see, nobody's here, are they? Did I understand them to say that they got $15 gift cards and they were taxed?
They did.
Yes.
They did.
So not 50,
It was
but
15.
15.
It was 15.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then I know she pointed out that when Ashley Barnes came back as a traveling nurse, she started making $2,600 a week. Does anybody know what they're typically making if they're a full-time ballot employee that compares to $2,600? I was just curious.
I think it's $22 an hour.
Okay.
1,000, less than that.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure we caught that math. Whenever the biking enthusiast reported $34,000 expenses for Johnson City for 9 miles of trail, I don't believe that included labor. Did it, Wes? That includes.
Those numbers came directly from the assistant city manager.
There ain't no way in God's earth.
Okay.
Would you like me to read them again? I didn't get to fully read it because I was trying to rush.
Would you consider emailing that to me or someone, and then we'll forward it to the entire body? Or if you've been, I think you've probably been emailing all of us, just you forward it to everybody. Okay, because I'm struggling to think that 34,000 covers everything, but maybe I will be proven wrong. I hope so. The comment shouldn't be that can we afford it, but how can we afford it? I would say that both questions are good. Can we afford it? We have to make tough decisions in here all the time. We're deciding between whether to give our employees a raise or no raise, whether to give them a 2% raise or a 4% raise. We're deciding if we can have this new heat bag system at the jail. We're having to borrow money to do something that is a necessity. We have to have that. We're making tough decisions. So I want the bikers, I will call them, the adventurers, the tourism people, to understand that if you'll look back over my 5 years in office, my voting record will show that I support tourism. I support parks and rec, biking. I'm usually one of the persons standing on the floor just like this, asking the commission to please vote for this, because I recognize that tourism is the biggest industry in Carter County. I get it, but I still have to ask the question, can we afford it, relatively speaking? Can we tell employees no, and so on? You all get my point. It's always you're weighing it and trying to balance your money the best that you possibly can. Right now, interest rates are good. We're making a little bit of money that we haven't in the past, but that's not going to last forever. I don't know. It might be 4 years that we get to experience that, but it's going to end sometime. We've got to be good stewards of that interest income while we have it. I have a question. This is rhetorical. I do not want an answer, just a question. But when Parks and Rec chose Bob's Trails and Trees, they're not a local business. Why would we go outside of Carter County when we have all kinds of people that can manage landscaping and things like that right here in Carter County? I'm all about keeping it at home if we can. In comment to Gap Creek Park, that is in or near my district. District lines moved. It's not in my district anymore, but it's near. I wanted it. I pushed for it. I voted for it. We don't have a park down on that end. I wanted to see it happen. But I believe we may have jumped the gun. I believe there may have been insufficient planning there. I believe that we should have checked with all the rules and regulations concerning land that we knew was in a flood zone when we accepted it. We spent money, and I hate to see that money go to waste. I would still love to see that park finished. But do we keep pouring money into that? That's another thing we have to ask ourselves. What can we afford? Do we keep putting money into it just because money has been spent? I'm not sure. That's a question for all 24 and our citizens speaking into our ears, leading us as to how we vote. I am a bit offended by some comments that were made here tonight concerning financial management's decision. I am a bit offended at the onslaught of emails and phone calls that some of us have received concerning the Tweetsie Trail. I think there's been a very dramatic effort to try to say that financial management was against this or that we were going to deny it. That is simply not true. As has been stated, we recognize the need for more information. We're trying to do our due diligence before we pass it through. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm so grateful for Mayor Woodby, and I'm so grateful for Governor Lee, and that this money could come our way. But you all see it whenever HGTV awards a house to somebody. This person just wins the house. It's a $2 million house. Well, that person doesn't usually get to live in that house because they can't afford the maintenance, the utilities, the taxes, and so on. We have to be fiscally smart about this. We need to see plans. We need to know all the details. I preach that, and I would be very much a hypocrite if I preached that. I did listen, Julie. And then I didn't follow my own suggestions. I must be prudent before I can move forward with that. But to say that financial management halted it, stopped it, denied it, those are all gross exaggerations of what took place in that meeting in which I attended. This fairly newly elected commission has been so agreeable. We have gotten out of here before 8 o'clock some nights over the past year. Tonight, that has not been the case. But you know what? I'm okay with that, because when we all 24 agree, that seems a little weird to me. That seems off. Tonight, we've had discussion, deliberation, disagreement, 3 rounds of voting, etc. But I think this is good. This shows me that each and every one of you is thinking, doing your research, working behind the scenes, and then coming in here to have this kind of debate and make your votes. So I know it's late, y'all want to go home, but I'm telling you that I think this long meeting has been very healthy tonight. Discussion is good. I respect all of you. But I am seeing and hearing some things that make me feel like maybe some of you are not respecting us as individuals or as a group. Please reconsider the words that you put out there for the public. Because what will happen is they won't say, well, that one commissioner said this or did this. What they're going to say is that commission. They're going to throw us all into this same cup, and we're all going to have a bad name. Just be very careful when you're running somebody down. It'll come back and bite you. I've been around a long time. I've been around long enough to know that things come back. So just be very careful. Respect one another, and keep fighting. But let's do the fight right here on this floor in public. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if those were old or new. I mean, they're new.
Yes.
Because I can't,
In response to what you were talking about, the wages of the nurses, I have had relayed to me, I don't remember whether it was a nurse or the nurse's spouse. They had worked for Ballard or a hospital that Ballard took over for over 10 years and was making fair money. They laid her off. They hired her back on day number 91. On day number 90, they said if they had a job for her at day 90, she could retain her seniority and her wages. Day number 91, they called her back. You know what she started back at? She had to go back through orientation training. They hired her back at $13 and change an hour. She's been there roughly 20 years now. And she's still making less than most of the nurses there. I just threw that out for a little information for the balance of the ballot. Thank you.
I just wanted to touch base about what we were talking about, travel nursing, Ms. Barnes. That's $2,600 a week. They pay for their housing, they pay for their food, per diem. So that's something else to keep in mind. That's just not $2,600. By the time you add all that stuff up, that's about 3 times what a normal nurse is getting paid. And they don't have to put benefits on them. I mean, that's.
Hands around the flag.
anybody else would like to speak? With that, we have a motion.
Motion. If y'all go down to the ice cream store, that's fine.
I don't care what you're buying. I'm going just so you have to buy. Yeah. It's always.
I did, but anyway, I gave up.
See you today. Lacey, be good.
With the code just like you had lunch we can even they will not I've been told you ain't playing Oogie more than him.
You're fussing at him.
Brenda took over a couple days for you. You gotta be like. Not you in the number ground. Yeah, I think what
Past 8 o'clock.
It's just what I'm talking. I'm gonna go.
Takes.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. I found out about Saturday, but it was weird. Yeah, somebody called me, their mom was hosting a town hall, and I was like, I don't know anything about that.
I'll sniff. If I have to get a part.
I'm lost. Okay, yeah. I'm lost.
We'll have that person and then we'll have. I got the plane.
It's not mouth open, let me see it. Let me see it. I just sign the grant. Within 5 seconds. Did you get the stuff I need to come up and to you? Oh, no. Am I looking
Anytime you say the word.
You need to feel insurance.
And I got that.
I always say to you, included it in the when I the watershed trail, yes, we include in the check because they're handling the whole process.
I'll get you a phone book.
Yeah, you'll have to approve a budget amendment. All that. Go back.
Be profit.
I gotta find the right line. 327 in there.
Next time I think I will. Look what Jesse did to me.
Texting me.
I'll say you may get.
Don't you agree?
I seen that motor come out in them eyes. I would so like to talk to him.
Oh, what's name that board known?
He gets chance to know what you looking for. I got a new guy. So you ain't got to.